in the 2024 lawsuit against director Justin Baldoni after a federal judge dismissed most of her claims.
There you go.
Judge Louis J. Lyman threw out 10 of the 13 allegations, including harassment, defamation, and conspiracy, while allowing a smaller portion of the case to proceed. In his ruling, the judge noted that some claims could not move forward legally, though he acknowledged that a whole bunch of little things can add up to a big thing. Lively's legal team has argued Baldoni was consistently inappropriate and crossing boundaries with allegations that she was kissed, nuzzled, and touched without consent. Baldoni's attorney pushed back, calling the case small potatoes, and insisting, quote, "This is a case about making a movie, one with highly charged romantic and sexual themes."
He then elaborated about the various ways you can prepare potatoes, Preston, citing that you could boil them or mash them.
That was him?
Stick them in a stew, yeah.
Despite the dismissals, several claims, including retaliation and breach of contract, remain active, and that keeps the case on track for trial on May 18th. But a lot of them have been thrown out, the allegations.
So the thing is that I've learned this now, and I apologize for mentioning the Lincoln Lawyer again, about how these things end up. They throw them out there a lot of times to just muddy the waters. They throw out everything they can to sort of keep things muckish and make it hopefully easier for them to proceed on the things they really want. So a lot of these charges, I think the judge is basically saying you'd have a hard time establishing what you're saying.
Yeah, but it seems like these are the ones they really wanted: harassment, defamation, and conspiracy. So I don't think these were some of the superfluous charges just to muck it up.
I don't know.
Legit ones. So I don't know, but I'm Team Blake. I'm Team Blake on that.
You're Team Blake?
Yeah, I think so.
I
I like her a lot.
I like her too.
Well, I don't
we like
really
her husband.
stand for baloney, you know?
He doesn't stand for baloney.
Obviously, we can access that.
Yeah.
Haley Steinfeld and Josh Allen have announced the birth of their first child, sharing, "Our baby girl has arrived."
I like how they started with the first child.
Yeah.
And added, "We're feeling incredibly grateful and blessed and savoring these early moments." The news came after Steinfeld's Bow Society newsletter, where she also thanked fans for the love and well wishes. The couple welcomed their daughter just months after revealing their pregnancy in December. Following their wedding in May last year. Steinfeld had documented her pregnancy with sweet social media moments, including a Golden Globes appearance with her, quote, newest +1. So they got a baby.
I like them. I like that couple. I like her. I like him.
By the way,
the baby.
I have several baby stories. I have 3 of them all together. So
Is this Preston's maternity ward?
it is. Jamie Lee Curtis revealed she quietly became a grandmother last December. Sharing the joyful news came during a deeply emotional time for her family. She described the moment as life on life's harshest terms and life on life's most beautiful terms, as her grandson Jason Wolf's birth had followed closely after the deaths of her daughter's godparents, Rob and Michelle Reiner.
That's right.
Yeah.
How tragic.
Looking back on her life, Curtis said, "I never thought that I would have children. I never thought in my wildest dreams that I would be a grandma." She ultimately described becoming a grandmother as an extraordinary connection, but couldn't shake the remarkable timing of it all. Curtis and her husband, Christopher Guest, adopted their daughters, Annie and Ruby Guest, in 1986 and 1996, respectively.
Isn't that funny? Because I never thought I would have children, but I always thought I would have grandchildren.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
and it hasn't played out that way.
So Cher, of course, has 2 kids, Chaz Bono and Elijah Blue Allman. And up until recently, that was it. Now, sources now say that the legend was recently blindsided when she learned that she is, in fact, a grandmother as well. The Daily Inquirer, though, is reporting that insiders say Allman has a 15-year-old daughter that he has kept secret from his mother, due largely to their strained relationship.
So
I don't know
Blue?
if this is true or not.
No, because she's apparently living with Bat Boy Preston.
Oh,
Yeah. In a cave.
The source also claims that Cher has since had contact with the girl's mother, though it's unclear if she's been in touch with the girl as well. So a lot of kids going around.
He was just in the news for he's back to having rehab issues and problems. So like father like son.
Yeah. Stranger Things star Noah Schnapp seemingly revealed that he has a new guy. The actor posted a pic on his Instagram stories this week. The photo, supposedly of him and another man getting close, was taken from behind as the pair as they looked out over the city landscape from a rooftop. Over the photo, he wrote 1 month of us, followed by a heart emoji.
The picture was a little blurry, but to me it looked like Curtis Armstrong.
Okay. Of course, his fans went nuts over the news, only for Schnapp to reveal yesterday that actually it was an April Fool's Day prank.
We've got Bush. We've got Bush.
It remains unknown if the actor currently has a man, but he's made it clear that the person with him in the picture wasn't a new boyfriend, so I don't know what it means. That's kind of a lame
It is a lame story. When's that animated series starting up, Preston?
Like, I want to say in like a week and a half. I'm not 100%. I was going to say mid-April. Looks excellent, doesn't it?
Really good.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I love that animation style.
Yep. All right, so there are rumblings that there could soon be a reunion between royal dad King Charles and son Prince Harry.
Come to daddy.
Insiders claim both sides are privately exploring a New York meeting.
Things got weird, didn't they?
When the king visits America from April 27th to the 30th.
If he's smart, if he really wants to reunite with his son, give him a bike.
A bike?
Yeah.
Okay. Sources also say that Harry's wish is to bring Archie and Lilibet along, as he feels any visit with his father
To be honest, it would be a bit much.
Isn't just about him. Stop it, man. That's what for those who don't know, that's what my dad said to me one time when I was going to surprise him with us arriving with my family to go to Thanksgiving, to their house at Thanksgiving. And what do you think about that, Dad? I think it'd be a bit much. Okie dokie.
I believe it would be a bit much.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you excuse me, I'm going to remove a wart with a barbecue.
Tongs.
He's just like your dad, just the British version.
The low-key discussions are allegedly happening, even though news outlets reported earlier this week that no such reunion has been planned, so remains to be seen.
So I don't know how this is all going to play out, but he's been battling cancer. Apparently, he's on the good side of it now. Mm-hmm. But, time is limited.
Yep.
So if they're going to do something, you need to do it sooner than later.
Speaking of time being limited, William Shatner is warning his fans to take care when they see strange things posted about him on social media. He specifically called out a Facebook page that says that he has been using AI to spread horrible fake news stories, including claims that he's dying. He said, I wanted to put this out yesterday, but given the day and the possibility that it would look like a joke, I waited for it today. They have created stories that say I have stage 4 brain cancer, was in some kind of fight, and that I'm dying. All these stories are monetized, he said. Most of the stories use an AI image of me, and he shared this on post on social media saying none of these stories are true.
I saw one of them, and it looked so laughably bad, the image of him. But I did see another picture of him, and I think he might be using Ozempic or something.
He's lost some weight?
He looks really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shatner called out such posts as the downside of AI, noting that it can be used as a weapon in the wrong hands. And he urged fans to only trust news about him from one of his verified accounts and not a bizarre story seen elsewhere.
I just go to the OnlyFans account, and that's when I know I'm getting him directly.
Sure.
Yeah.
John Travolta is set to premiere his directorial debut called Propeller One-Way Night Coach at this year's Cannes Film Festival.
Was the cat walking on the typewriter?
The movie is based on his 1997 children's book inspired by his passion for aviation. An official synopsis describes the story as a journey where a simple flight becomes a trip of a lifetime filled with moments both magical and unexpected. His daughter, Ella Blue Travolta, appears in the film, making it a family affair. The movie will debut at Cannes before streaming globally on Apple TV May 29th.
That's the second festival. There's 2 nights. There's Cannes and then Cannes.
So this year's Cannes Film Festival runs from May 12th through May 23rd.
I was actually more excited at maybe I was checking to see like Michael Giacchino's IMDb to see what he's been working on, what he's working on. I was more excited to see that Bolt 2 is in like.
You were a big Bolt fan.
Yes.
I really enjoyed
It's
that movie.
Great movie.
Yeah.
It was, it came along when Pixar had reigned supreme.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you were hard pressed to find another movie that lived up to that pedigree. And I remember watching that movie and going, this is a great movie.
It was a lot of fun.
And you were a big
Yeah.
fan of the Miley Cyrus soundtrack, right?
Well, but she and Travolta do a duet at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
I think it might have been called "I Nearly Lost You," but it's a really great song.
Was she a voice actor in it?
Yeah,
She was a voice actor of the little girl.
Yeah, she was the Bolt's owner. Or whatever.
Yeah. That was
I'm a little girl.
that was such a good movie. I haven't watched that in ages. That might be
I want a doggy.
that might be one worth whipping out for a family viewing.
I remember really enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So Louis C.K. has a new stand-up special. It's called Ridiculous. It's coming to Netflix this summer. It'll be his first big studio-backed release since 2017. He's been touring the material for about a year now, and he'll headline the Hollywood Bowl on May 5th during the Netflix's Joke Fest. The comedian has stepped away from the spotlight for years now, following the sexual misconduct allegations that were out against him a while back.
Of the lot of them, he's come closest to reclaiming his original career prior to the Me Too stuff.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of creepy things. Like Chris D'Elia still hasn't come back, but
Yep.
he was. That guy was like. I don't want to even say he was like predatory, but like.
That was the rumor.
Yeah. But it was all like weird because it was like, never mind. I don't even want to get into it. But like he's the one that I'm like, I don't know if he's ever going to make it back. The Louis C.K. one. I mean, they're all weird. They're all
yeah.
like even talking about it, you just like gotta
But he-
walk this like tightrope.
To whatever the case is, people are like, okay,
Yeah.
you've done your penance, for the most part.
After being dropped by Netflix, FX, and HBO, CK released several specials independently while gradually returning to live performances. Other comedians at the Hollywood Bowl during this year's Netflix's Joke Fest include Shane Gillis, John Mulaney, and Marcelo Hernandez. The festival runs from May 4th through the 10th, so that's coming up in a month or so. Variety has revealed Succession star Brian Cox is set to join season 2 of Dexter Resurrection. That's a biggie.
Are you digging that? Have you seen season 1?
No, I didn't see season. I should because I enjoyed the whole series, and then when they did like Dexter Reborn or whatever that was,
It was too much.
No, I didn't mind it. I really didn't mind it. His son Harry ends up, locating him, and that's how they resurrected the whole thing because the way they quote unquote killed him off at the end of the regular run, I was like, this is just bizarre.
Pushing the boundaries.
It pushed the boundaries, and I really did enjoy the series, even though it was really weird that this one serial killer just so happens to find all the other serial killers in the world. But I didn't get to watch the whatever what's it called?
Dexter Resurrection?
Yeah. Wait, hang on.
The first season?
Well, I thought that there was.
Is it like you watching the second part of Deer Hunter, not realizing you didn't watch the first part?
No. No, but I think what I am mistaking here is there was the Dexter Resurrection, which I did watch, but then there was like a Dexter
Electric Boogaloo.
Not Electric Boogaloo. It was Dexter, like a prequel.
Is it New Blood?
New Blood. Maybe that's what I'm mistaking because there was
Dexter New Blood, Dexter Jardian.
Maybe there's too many Dexters.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
There's a case that could be made for that.
Okay, so wait, no, I am on board with this one. All right.
Is there a Dexter Sky Rizzy?
There is, yes. Rizzy Kabizzy.
Oh, okay.
Rizm Kizm Abrizab.
Then there was Dexter Original Sin.
Original Sin. I think that
I
was
had no idea they had these many titles.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That's what's confusing.
And then there was
now.
My Two Dexters.
I would watch that. I would watch that.
Which Dexter's your dad? I don't know.
So Brian Cox will reportedly be taking on the role of Dom Frompt, also known as the New York Ripper.
Oh.
The character is described as a serial killer who terrorized the city years ago, and although he is no longer actively killing, he's found a new way to live into his infamy by continuing to taunt the survivors of his long ago murder spree. That sounds kind of interesting.
Yesterday I was going through some of, just taking the free roam around YouTube, and I'm looking at all of the kind of nefarious people, including Sammy the Bull Gravano. a stone cold sociopath hitman has a YouTube channel that's doing really well. So I guess that
Not so surprising that Louis C.K. can have a bounce back.
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
So the role expands on the storyline introduced in the first season of the sequel series, where Dexter uncovers files on the elusive killer setting up his chilling foe for season 2. A live-action adaptation of Dungeon Crawler Carl is officially in development at Peacock based on Matt Dinniman's popular book series. I've never heard of it.
Good to see you.
Not familiar. Dungeon Crawler Carl. Seth MacFarlane
It never fails.
will executive produce alongside Dinniman and others. The story follows a survivor of an alien invasion forced into a brutal televised game show where Carl teams up with a talking cat to stay alive.
And this happened?
It happened. Yeah, it's a true story. Dinniman previously said the project was close to the point where a decision needs to be made and expressed confidence in the team handling its ambitious visuals, including the use of CGI.
No one on that set at that point said, dial it back a bit.
Addressing fan concerns, he emphasized, we're not going to do it if it's not going to look absolute. The series has 7 books so far, with Dinniman previously sharing that he planned for 10 books altogether. All right, one more story here. Fans looking forward to the upcoming Harry Potter series will get a sneak preview this weekend, a new behind-the-scenes special called Finding Harry, the Craft Behind the Magic. We'll pull the curtain back and let viewers see how the first season of the series was made. I don't like this. No. You don't do this before the season airs.
Well, you kind of tip the hand. You're giving. We kind of know the story in general, but see it first, then see the making of.
Agreed, 100%. And I do want to watch this.
And this is a 10-year proposition, right?
And I will skip watching the behind the scenes. I just don't think it makes sense to release this in advance of the series premiere.
Watch My Two Dexters.
The special will examine exactly how the set designers and craftsmen built the world of Harry Potter from the ground up, with appearances by the cast of the series. And the series itself premieres on HBO on Christmas Day, and the special airs, I guess it starts this Sunday on HBO.
So for the most part, the series looks really good. The thing is, the movies are so good, so amazing. And I hope that they follow through on their promise to really flesh out all the stuff that was not in the theatrical releases and give the real fans of the books what they've been wanting for a long time.
I think this is going to be better.
Okay.
I have hope that this...
It's a tall order.
But it's only because they have the time to flesh all that stuff out.
I have a feeling as well, Casey. So, but we'll see. We'll have to judge for ourselves. All right, there are new movies. It's a Friday, so movies are coming out this weekend, and we're going to take a moment to tell you what to expect. Opening today is the Super Mario Galaxy movie. It is an animated feature. It stars Chris Pratt, Anya Taylor-Joy, and Charlie Day. Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach embark on an adventure across the galaxy. Yes, that was the complete synopsis of it all. It's an hour and 38 minutes long, rated PG, wide theater release, and unfortunately, it gets a fairly lame 42% score at Rotten Tomatoes.
You know the thing with this, though? It's basically critic-proof.
Sure. Yeah, people are going to go see it.
They're going to go see it.
And then you have The Drama, which is a romance comedy. It stars Zendaya, Robert Pattinson, and Alana Haim. A happily engaged couple is put to the test when an unexpected turn sends the wedding week off the rails. Hour and 46 minutes long. It's rated R, wide theater release, and it gets a really good 81% score at Rotten Tomatoes.
This is the movie I brought up yesterday where apparently on advanced screenings, some people have been walking out. I got the premise now, which is kind of wild. So this couple, two couples get together, and Zendaya and Robert Pattinson are engaged to be married, and the marriage is coming up in just a couple days. And they're sitting down and they play this game. What's the worst thing you've ever done? Oh. And apparently what Zendaya tells them is so horrific, the rest of the movie is processing what she did. And Rob Pattinson saying, can I move forward with you now knowing what you did? And that's kind of an interesting concept. Yeah. And it's a comedy too, believe it or not. There's comedy elements to it.
All right. Well, got a pretty good score, so we'll see how it fares. All right, we got some clips here. Two first responder TV shows collide in the Sheriff Country and Fire Country crossover.
Fire!
And here, Max Therio shares his excitement of seeing the fire crew in full gear.
When we went out to Vancouver to film in their world, because we film in Toronto and they film in Vancouver, even though it's the same town on screen. And when you're there on set with them and they rock up in their firefighting outfits, fire trucks in the background, it's a little like, whoa, it's a little like, I was a little starstruck.
Yeah, big whoop, no one cares.
2-hour Sheriff Country and Fire Country crossover airs tonight, 8 p.m. That is on CBS. Here's our next clip. Marshals follows Yellowstone's Casey Dutton as he grapples with family drama and joining the elite law enforcement team. And here, Ariel Kebbel details how the sets are an integral part of the show.
These are some of the best sets I've ever been on. And Maria, our set designer, she blew me away. I mean, like Casey's cabin on stage, it's a real porch with a real roof. And I mean, like you could actually live there. And I don't know if you've been on any other sets, but that is not normally how it is.
Translation, boring.
New episode of Marshals airs Sunday. You'll find that on CBS at 8 p.m., by the way.
How many shows are under his rule now, his empire? Tyler Sheridan.
Well, I mean, the Marshals.
Yeah.
I just watched
My Two Dexters.
We'll start with the beginning. So it goes Yellowstone.
Then you got 1883, 1923. Now Marshals. Those are all Yellowstone.
Landman.
Then you got Landman. This new one, the Madison with Michelle Pfeiffer. He also did Lioness season 2. And I feel like there's another one that I'm missing here. Oh,
So
yeah.
7 or 8 shows. That some people, their creativity, it's just pouring out of them all the time. I don't know how they do it.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I really enjoyed Lioness, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
talked
guys,
about it.
if you have watched. I don't. Did you watch any of them?
No, I didn't. But
Okay.
you were raving about it.
Yeah, I thought season 2. I enjoyed season 1, and season 2 I thought was really good.
All right. All right, well, gang, we've got a full day today. We give away our Word of the Week prize this morning, that 10-mile stock car racing experience, Pocono. We're excited about that. We have a really good Connoisseur with a special tasting segment that is going to be happening later on today. And we got some giveaways, including some Bert Kreischer tickets at some point. We're going to give those away. The show's tonight in Atlantic City, by the way, at Oceans Casino. So we'll have that. And we're also going to have comedian Dustin Nickerson stopping by this morning. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club. So we got to take a break. We're going to do that right now. Coming back in just a moment as No Sabro Friday permeates all things. We'll be right back. Try to have a little piece of music maybe to bring one of our guests on with, and I thought this was apropos. Couldn't stand the weather. Stevie Ray Vaughan. And we do have some weather coming in this weekend. Sunday, I'm going to talk this up a little bit because I love the beginning of this song. And it might be a little intense. We will have to find out for sure. So we wanted to call in a voice of authority, and we happen to have sitting in our studio that voice right here. Please welcome Mr. Nor'easter Nick.
All right. Good morning. Good
To our
morning.
program. How you doing, Nick?
I'm well. Thank you so much for inviting me in. This is an absolute honor. I've listened to you guys for a long time and very familiar with your show, and you have so much fun.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And Casey's wife is a huge fan of yours.
I've
sir.
heard. So shout out to her who goes to the beach and has weather anxiety. I had weather anxiety as a kid growing up, and that's why I wanted to get involved in all of
I
this.
read about that,
yeah.
that you had a fairly pronounced fear of thunderstorms.
Yes.
And it's almost like the movie Twister, where you were not robbed of a parent by a storm, but it still scared the hell out of you.
I was so afraid of thunderstorms. My grandmother raised me. I would hide under my bed up until 2 weeks ago because I didn't understand why things happened the way they did, right?
Right.
But I would beg her to take me to the police department or the mall somewhere without windows where I couldn't see outside if there were thunderstorms. And then she would buy me weather books, and I just taught myself meteorology at like 6 years old, and I started doing weather for my elementary school in Brigantine at 6.
So when you do that, when you start to realize the awesome
yes.
what's going on,
It's
the
incredible.
majesty and the power, you got an appreciation.
Oh, yeah.
But you develop it that early at 6 and then do a complete 180.
So most people that are in this field knew what they wanted to do at a young age.
Yeah.
There's a difference between weather weenies, which I am, and the ones that are, I just want to do it for the paycheck. It pays well. I want to be on TV.
Right.
Well, I'm more into it for the science. Like I am a true geek when it comes to this stuff. It's incredible.
Yeah. So, I mean, listen, and it's great that there's a little bit or maybe a lot of bit of predictability when it comes to the weather.
Sure.
And so, my wife sits there with like a bunch of different weather apps and she's connected to Noise and Nick as she's sitting on the beach because you see, you have this giant vista of clouds and you can potentially see what is coming.
Absolutely.
And then maybe other times you don't know what is coming. And so that I think is what gives her the fear is like, okay, well, what's behind all those houses? I can see clouds, but I can't see beyond the houses and stuff like that.
That's heavy duty.
And that's where Nor'easter Nick comes in. Yeah.
Well, it just goes back to when you understand something and when you have the education behind it and you know the why behind the what, it becomes less scary. And the way I always frame it is like when I talk to elementary school kids or middle school kids, you're going to learn algebra, right?
Yeah.
And it looks very scary. But as soon as your teacher teaches you that process, which shout out to teachers, love them, they're my favorite people, it's not as scary anymore because you understand the process. The same thing is true with weather. And my job is literally public safety first. And then in every forecast I do, it's breaking down the science behind meteorology. And I think when you bring it down to a level that everybody can understand, you're much more successful in your job.
Yeah.
I found that to be the case. I do like a half-hour live show every morning, and I just geek out over this stuff, and people appreciate it.
They clearly do.
I want to get what you think about this weekend because anybody who is tuned in for that, we're kind of dancing around this the whole thing. But we'll dive into meteorology and the science of it, and also I want to defend meteorologists. I think they get beat up more than they deserve to be. And with that, we're going into a questionable weekend with weather because you can't just flat out say, here's how much we're going to get and here's where we're going to get it because there are things that are changing that could alter that. So Sunday, let's get to that.
So you're trying to predict what a chaotic 3D fluid, which is water, is going to do at 30,000 feet 5 days in the future. That's why it's inaccurate at times. But this pattern we've been setting up for weeks. So to see it actually come to fruition is amazing. We have.
So let me just jump in if I could. When you say you've been setting up, you've been seeing the indicators it was going to go this way?
Absolutely.
Okay, but it's not that it has been formed and it has just been on this trek.
No, so we can look at overall patterns, and it's called pattern recognition, for a month out. We knew that there was going to be a ridge building in the west. We knew that there would be a trough in the east. But we knew that the upper air patterns, the teleconnections they're called, were going to do a certain thing a month out. You can't say with any degree of certainty that, there's going to be a storm on this date and it's going to do this.
Yeah.
But we can say, hey, there's probably going to be some activity within this week because the upper air pattern is telling us that's the case. So I love long range forecasting. I know it's a pain in the neck, but it's rewarding when you see it all come together. So with this particular storm, I do believe it's going to come together. All of our guidance is in lockstep with one another. There's a lot of moisture available. This is coming from the south. Anytime you have a southern storm, you have a lot of moisture. So that is the number one ingredient that you need, right? Number two ingredient is the cold air, which we clearly have. We have an Arctic outbreak that's going to be coming down from Canada as we go into Friday and Saturday. So once that happens, once you marry the moisture and the cold together, it goes bam, right? This is what's called an overrunning event. So low pressure develops down to the south, and that warm, moist air rises over the cold. It condenses, and then that's when you're going to get your thumping of snow. The one thing that does give me pause is it's going to be turning into a Miller B type storm. I know you're like, what the heck is that? There's going to be two pieces of low pressure. One out over West Virginia, and then it has to physically transfer its energy to the coastal low. And anytime that happens, so much can go wrong. I have PTSD about a storm that never happened back in 2015. So that comes to the forefront automatically.
So these are the variables. So let me ask you, for example, this weekend just passed. We had a bit of snow come through, and then it paused, and then another Is that similar to what you were just talking about? Or was that part of the same storm?
So completely different storm, but similar dynamics where there was a transfer of energy. It happened later on. It was down along the Carolina coast. So we had a little clipper system early in the morning. So we picked up a couple inches of snow out of that. Then there was this lull, a dry slot, which I highlighted for a couple days saying, hey, guys, this is possible. Yeah. That's why I didn't go with the 4 to 6 inches everybody was calling for. I went lower. Similar to this, I see the ridiculous totals of 18 to 24 inches that are being put out there.
I'm so glad you said ridiculous. So what are we thinking?
But what if I told you that that's possible?
Oh, you had to go there.
So yes, what's going to happen is that the models, the raw snowfall maps that you're seeing on social media right now, those are based off of a 10-to-1 ratio. And what do I mean by that? Well, if there's an inch of liquid that falls out of the sky, you have to multiply that by 10 to get how much snow you're going to get. So baseline 10, right? Well, that's when temperatures are around 32 degrees. That's called marginal. There's more moisture in each flake. We're going to be seeing snowfall at 15 to 20 degrees initially. So your ratio almost doubles. It'll be 15 or 20 to 1. So if an inch of liquid is falling out of the storm, you could end up with 20 inches. However, realistically, I'm going to, temper your expectations here.
So let me jump in again. And I apologize, but I'm so stupid that we need to be by the nose. I have heard that the snow that's going to fall is going to be of a very light, powdery nature.
Yes and no.
Oh.
So initially, absolutely. So like I said, we start off with temperatures in the teens. But as we go later into the afternoon on Sunday, I think we're fine up in the Philly metro area. But down towards the shore, the temperature gradient is going to increase so much. We'll get up above 32. You'll probably have some mixing with rain and sleet and some ice down there as well. So that's going to change the consistency. So your ratio is not going to be consistent from, say, the Lehigh Valley all the way down towards the shore. Right around Philly will be probably 18 to 1. Down towards the shore, it's probably going to be more like a 12 to 1. So that's another variable that we have to take into consideration. First 8 hours of the storm, it's going to be fluffy. As the low climbs up north in latitude, that ratio is going to change a little bit. You'll get more of a wet consistency, and then it's going to be kind of crunchy snow, and then that's all going to freeze over. So
it's Wednesday, right? It is Wednesday. When do you think you'll have a clearer picture?
Probably by Monday morning.
Well, if you're going to be the clearest,
right?
You're probably right.
Exactly.
When will we? So right now, in this area, in Philadelphia, in the general outlying areas, when should we start to see the first snowfall, and when should we expect it wrapping up? I'll ask for the snow total projection.
So realistically, I'll know by tomorrow what type of snow we're going to get.
Thank you, Marissa. Later on this morning, comedian Dustin Nickerson, about an hour from now, is going to be stopping by today, so we're looking forward to spending some time with him. But if we don't do this now, we'll never do it. Time to clean out the junk drawer.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right. Let me look in here. And actually, I do at home. We have 2 junk drawers. They are just, I can't even get them closed now.
So when you do an annual purge? You do
I don't
semi-annual?
Just whenever it occurs. I don't know how often, but it is, I don't know how it happens, but just stuff ends up in there.
It's kind of like a psychological profile of what's going on in your house, right?
Kind of is.
What was popular? What did you not see the merit in keeping out in front of you?
All I know is we end up with there's 50 pens end up in there too by the end of it, and what I'll do is I'll take them all and I'll throw them in a bag, in one clear plastic bag, and chuck that back into the drawer. And I don't know how we end up with all those pens, but all right. Anyway, we're going to start with this story, and I had teased that I had a little bit of information about QVC. We were talking about Jenny Garth's birthday today, and Marissa had said that she's a regular on QVC. There's a troubling sign with the QVC group. They are billions in debt and substantial doubt about the financial stability of QVC.
This blows my mind because they were just at the top of their game for so many years. The facility over there is amazing, and it seemed they could do no wrong. But obviously, they're competing against just basic internet shopping.
Yeah, and we know people who work over there, and it's just I hope this can be turned around. The parent company of Home Shopping Networks, QVC and Home Shopping Network, HSN, failed to meet a deadline this Tuesday for reporting annual financial information to the Securities and Exchange Commission, saying in a federal filing that it could not do so without unreasonable effort or expense. They've already delayed the latest earnings report, which were originally set to be released in late February. The initial delay fueled speculation at the company that the company was considering filing for bankruptcy. It was reported the QVC Group was negotiating the voluntary restructuring of billions in debt. QVC Group acknowledged conversations with creditors in the SEC. Filing published on Wednesday. The chief financial officer, Bill Wafford, wrote, in light of ongoing discussions and negotiation with the company's lenders and the associated uncertainty related to such discussions, additional time is required for the company to compile and analyze certain information and documentation.
So I put on QVC, now and then. Bizarrely, sometimes when I'm working out at home, I'll put on QVC. I tend to put it on more around the holidays because I like what they're doing. When they seem to do their best is when they have their known personalities, who are, and sometimes they actually bring in like a Jenny Garth or whatever. Mm-hmm. I think maybe that's the way to go, because you see shows like in actual news programs now. I've seen a few actual local news shows have points in the broadcast where they do sort of a QVC. Oh, yeah. This is something you can buy, and the QR code pops up. So, but in the broad scheme, this 24-hour juggernaut, I don't know how they fix that, Preston, because I mean it's enormous.
So they've actually turned to TikTok, is what I found out, and they're doing live streams on TikTok, and you can click the shop from there. And I think it's like, from what I've been seeing some clips on the internet. Ryan, actually, if you go to the top of their Instagram page, there's this funny video of this woman who calls in and talks about wearing boob tassels. And the host just like faint there. It's hilarious. It's like, it's kind of relaxed. Like they're just kind of going off on TikTok, and it's
the regular.
Yeah, but it's like even a little more chill. Like there are more guidelines on TV. Like you can't sip the margarita that you're making out of the machine. But on TikTok, it's a little more lawless. So it's a little more engaging and fun.
This article said that they've expanded into online and social media shopping, and it includes a deal with TikTok Shop, and it brought in 225,000 new customers in the third quarter of 2025, but the digital push has yet to turn the company around.
There you go.
So they're trying. As of September, the company issued a similar warning in November, saying that its most recent quarterly report had substantial doubt about the company's ability to continue as a going concern exists. It cited $2.9 billion in debt.
Jeez.
As of September, QVC had a total of $6.6 billion in debt, with $1.8 billion in cash or cash equivalent on hand.
So one thing they did a while ago is that they, I guess, synergized with Xfinity so that you could actually take the remote when you're watching the show, watching QVC, and make purchases through the remote.
Yeah, you can do that when you're watching like Prime Video too. Because if you're watching a show on Prime that has commercials, it'll give you the option to opt in and hey, let's explore this option and perhaps make a purchase.
I went for a tour there one time. It's really cool.
Yeah. We used to go over. They would have these open house parties. You remember that, Preston? It's an awesome facility.
They used to have a huge warehouse sale right at Christmas time.
Oh, really?
Where like all the products would just be in a room, and
it's massive. If you take a tour around and see the set stages, it's just big, man. And they have like these revolving things that they can turn in and out.
And then they, of course. So are there any more of the QVC outlet stores?
No clue.
Yeah. You used to see them all over the place.
Yeah, don't know. In 2020, when many people were stuck home amid the pandemic, 11.6 million people made purchases on QVC or HSM, but customers fell off in the years that followed. As of September, 7 million people had bought merchandise on the networks in the past year. Revenue and operating income have also plummeted. The company has struggled to captivate younger customers. Nearly 3/4 of QVC and HSN customers in 2024 were women over 50. That was their That's their home run
I
right
love
there.
these electric candles because I have a cat, Mr. Mittens, and he'd knock over an actual lit candle and set my topiary on fire.
Topiary.
The phone calls regularly. Yeah. I've never ordered one thing from QVC. That was never my thing. My stepmother, though, was diehard fan. Like, knew all the personalities. That's why we went on a tour of the facility, because we took her. She was
impressed.
in town. Well, she was in town. We're like, well, let's go, and we did the full walk around. It was great.
I have our friend Brett Hamilton is there. We'll do former Y100 DJ. The digital stuff, that's his realm. I wonder, which does better? I assume QVC does better than Home Shopping Network.
They're together now.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know which one consumed which, but they are one conglomerate now.
Here, I got a text from somebody that says, my mom passed away 5 years ago. She was responsible for at least half of all QVC sales. I'm sure everybody knows somebody like that. All right, that's one thing. All right, here's something I had in the junk drawer. Tracking the Easter Bunny is officially a thing now, with a website and app letting kids follow his magical journey as he delivers treats around the world. The popular tracker goes live tomorrow, the day before Easter, and even estimates arrival times.
Now, who's tracking him? Elmer Fudd?
Usually around 10 p.m. local time, so little ones get some better sleep and think about the Easter Bunny coming. The experience leans into fun and imagination, complete with a playful high-tech tracking system and even carrot snack tallies along the way. While NORAD sticks to Santa, the bunny-specific tracker keeps the Easter excitement going strong. I don't know who is behind this, Steve. Because NORAD actually does the Santa coverage.
Yes, they do.
All right, what's the lore of the Easter Bunny? We all know that Santa comes from...
He's like he's a kaiju.
Okay.
Yeah. The lore of the Easter Bunny, I don't know the actual accepted lore.
Yeah, because we know Santa's in the North Pole. He's got the elves. He has the reindeer and everything that comes along. All these stories about Santa. I don't know anything other than you get the basket.
Yeah.
And the bunny brought it, and that's it.
And he's the son of God.
Yeah, but even the mall Easter Bunny is terrifying.
Yeah,
there have been some really terrifying ones.
Yeah.
But so they're doing this tracking. Are they going to track other things? Are they going to track Uncle Sam for the 4th of July?
Man, the old photos of people dressed up as the Easter Bunny, the old ones, are flat out horrifying.
They're nightmarish.
Yeah. They're kind of like Donnie Darko-ish.
Times
ones
1,000.
that I've seen. Yeah. Oh, my God. Dude. Sam just pulled up a picture. Can you imagine being that child sitting in the lap of this creature?
It's like you're sitting on V for Vendetta's lap.
Oh, my goodness. Or the Purge.
Yeah.
What do you want? You can find a series of these. Who made these masks? These are horrible.
Have you been good this season?
Wow.
You want candy for Easter?
Look at this one. This looks like some bizarre produce.
One of the things I do not miss with my kids being younger was the Santa visit, the Easter Bunny visit, the pictures.
Yes.
Standing in line, waiting for it to happen, getting up there. What kind of mood are they going to be in? I have no idea. I always hated that.
Yeah, How often did you get crying over joy?
Very rare. It was more, the kids were more into it. I think we only had once or twice that something like that happened.
So I found that if you went to, for Santa, if you went in mid-afternoon, and lucky for us, we could do that. We could manage
what's your day?
Yeah.
Their schedule.
No. Yeah. Because Springfield Mall Santa was the one that we would go to. That one, thank God, because I just can't wait in line.
Sorry, Santa was at the 7th Veil.
Well, listen. No, the tough part about it is waiting in line with children. As an adult, you can wait in line.
Yep.
You can pass the time. You're fine. You're going to be patient. But when you have kids that are all antsy and want to run around and stuff, it's hard. It's a juggling, and that's why sometimes they're pissed off when you get up to the actual moment because mom and dad have been going, stop it, put that down, stay still, just a couple of minutes, blah, 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 blah.
But that's the control mechanism, right? It should be, that's the mother effer that's bringing you your toys.
Right.
You got to stay in line,
So
buddy.
everybody is just antsy and just fed up by the time you get to Santa Claus. You're never really getting a great picture.
Yeah.
I was with my brothers and sister last night, and we were trying to figure out who's going to take my mom to mass, and I always take her to Christmas Eve mass. I don't really like Easter. I just don't like it.
It's just it's like the most important holiday of the year.
Well, that's what my sister said.
Religiously.
Religiously speaking.
Are you going to take her to the Easter Bunny?
No, but even like the Christmas. I'm not like a huge fan of mass. But like even the Christmas mass, like everybody's kind of like dressed up, and you got the Christmas songs
It's
and
resplendent.
Yeah, it's all I don't know, man. There's just something about the only thing I don't even like. Even as a kid, like Easter baskets were like underwhelming.
Really?
Listen, though it is to the faith, it is the more important holiday.
Yeah.
To the pageantry and fun when you're a kid, I'm sorry, you can't compete with Christmas. It's just not the case.
I had a different experience, and I wonder if it is because sometimes we would go out for Easter. Like we would go to the Italian American Club in Overbrook, or I think my grandparents or aunt and uncle belonged to a country club. And when you go there, there's a lot more like running around. There's somebody dressed as the Easter bunny there. You do the Easter egg hunts.
The Easter egg hunt was exciting.
Yeah.
As a kid, I thought it was pretty cool. Because it's as opposed to Christmas where I'm not saying it's better than, but with Christmas, you get the presents and you open. This is you're out running around. You are on a mission to find as many as you can.
Since we're on radio, we should put microphones around, hide them, and have a mic hunt.
Yeah, I was thinking of an
like
Easter egg
that.
mic hunt.
Yeah. I like it that. Marissa, I also on Easter Sunday, you had to be dressed up all day. Like you had to be in a tie and a shirt. Like at least Christmas morning. Yeah, you're in your jammies like all day long.
That's fair. I was a girly girl. I liked being dressed up.
Yeah.
Man, you know what I hated about going to church when I was a kid? Shoes.
The worst.
I would have to wear the uncomfortable, fancy shoes.
Your Buster Browns.
And I remember getting like blisters and stuff like that. That's my memory.
Yeah.
And then you're sitting there looking at a guy who's, you have a little sore on the back of your heel, and there's a guy who's crucified in front of you. It's like, it doesn't quite compare.
No, I didn't want that connection. I wouldn't go in that deep into it.
Definitely not.
Or in our church, we didn't have that hanging up in front of us. So, all right, here's another junk drawer item. Let me see if I can find it. So this is pretty interesting. The stone farmhouse, once featured in the movie Marley and Me, is for sale in Westchester. Near Westchester, anyway. $2.3 million if you're interested.
It's a beautiful house.
It's a cool house.
Yeah.
I did like that part of the movie when they moved to Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And the home appeared in the 2008 film, of course, with Jennifer Aniston and Owen Wilson.
Wow.
Which was based on the memoir of John Grogan, former Inquirer columnist.
Is he still in the area?
I think he left a long time ago.
Yeah.
I actually spoke to him one time. He's a very nice guy. I might, you know what? I might have his phone number.
Let's call him up.
Who is this? Well, I texted him one time to tell him how much I enjoyed his book after Marley and Me, which is called, I think it was called The Long Trip Home. And I told him that I read every bit of it in the bathroom here because it was my pooping book, and I had it here at work, and I would only read it. It becomes very, very sad, and I was taking a dump and crying my eyes out at one point. But anyhow, the house was built in 1833 and has a historic designation. According to Michael Wallachavage, the real estate agent with James Cochran Incorporated Realtor, said the fact that it's in movie-in condition is a real plus. Some old homes can have quirky layouts or might only be suitable for someone specifically looking for an old property. He said this one lends itself a lot more comfortably to your average buyer than some of the ones that are kind of awkward to live in. Because if you get some of these old farmhouses, a friend of mine had one, and it was the layout of the home, like where the staircases were and the shapes of the rooms, are a little bit odd. You know, they're not.
It's the case with my house. There are different things that are quirky aspects to an older house, but this is pretty cool. A lot of yardage, right? How many acres is it on?
You know what it didn't say in this story?
In the movie, it appeared to have a nice lot.
Yeah, it's 4,900 square feet, so a good-sized home.
Yep.
4 bedrooms and 3.5 bathrooms.
And a shovel if you want to visit Marley.
Dude. The first floor features a kitchen with a wood-beamed ceiling as well as a sunroom and dining room. The second floor has 3 bedrooms, and the top half floor has a primary bedroom with an exposed stone wall. That's cool. A walk-in closet and a bathroom as well. It's beautiful. Marissa's scrolling through the pictures right now.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It looks like it's on 15 acres.
15 acres.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah.
You can let your dog. You can bury dogs all over that yard.
Now I see why the $2.3 million.
Yeah, 15 acres in that area.
There's also a 3-car garage as well as a barn and several sheds across. There you go, 15 acres of land. It says right here. The property, which once served as a dairy farm, could be attractive to someone who appreciates historic properties or is looking to take advantage of a barn for horses.
Or moo-moos.
The prospective buyer also needs to be invested in upkeep of the property.
That movie was terrific, for especially at the end, it just cripples you. But there's that sequence at the end where Marley is starting to, wane, and he goes out and he explains, I'm sure it's part of the book as well, the joy of just simply going on a walk with your dog. And that has always resounded with me. It's just beautiful.
Walla Cabbage said you need someone who is going to be able to maintain it. There's going to be groundskeeping. You have to stay on top of these properties. So they need somebody who's invested in upkeep to purchase this.
Someone who runs all-night raves would be a perfect fit.
Yeah. The current owners purchased the home in 2011. They're looking to sell the property but stay in the area as well. Showings of the property began at the end of March, but
I bet you they're going to get over the asking price.
It'd be neat to have a home like this, but in no way, shape, or form am I equipped to or would want to be the constantly having to fix upkeep for a really, really old home.
The draw for you finally being able to have cattle?
Finally.
Yeah,
of course.
Finally.
Yeah, so. But if you're in the market, that's on sale, gang. So go for it. All right. This will dovetail into that. Speaking of Marley, the dog, a new study has suggested that many of us, dog owners, miss red flags when dogs are in pain, and researchers are encouraging owners to pay closer attention to subtle changes in their behavior. The study looks at how well people recognize pain-related behaviors in dogs based on responses from 530 dog owners and 117 people who don't have a dog. They were asked to identify 17 specific behavioral signs and analyze case scenarios involving dogs with different conditions. Some of them seem obvious, signs of discomfort like hesitant paw lifting and reduced play, but others were tougher for participants associated with pain. For people to notice.
It is hard because, again, that's why when you're a pet owner or you're an animal advocate, you have to look for these signs, but they don't walk around going, oh, my stomach, I don't know, I must have got into something.
Yeah, well, that's the hardest part about being a vet is they don't have patient feedback.
To articulate,
And so sometimes they have to do invasive exploration to find out what's wrong, whereas opposed to you, if you were a human, you could just say, yeah, this hurts.
I saw a documentary about this veterinarian who apparently could understand animals when they talked.
Oh,
yeah. It was amazing.
So researchers point out that pain can make dogs more unpredictable and raise the risk of aggression, and they stress the importance of catching the early warning signs. So here are 17 key signs of pain in your dog, according to the study. A change in the personality.
Yes.
Hesitant paw lifting, which is a pretty easy one to spot. Fluctuating mood, which is kind of change in personality as well. Reduced play. Here's an interesting one. Turning the head or body away. I don't know what the scenario would be, but that was something.
See, but again, this is the nuance of it, because a lot of times I was reading recently that if you're petting your dog and your dog looks away, that's actually the dog is sort of quasi protecting you, like it's looking for intruders or predators and letting you do what you're doing to the petting the dog, which blew my mind.
And maybe a pain
Could be a pain
indicator,
thing.
too. Freezing, like they just stop. We had that Rook one time when he was sick. That was him. He would just stand there and not move around at all. We're like, something's wrong with Buddy. Licking surfaces, if they don't normally do that. Lip or nose licking. Here's one that sign that my dogs give, which is yawning. So when my dogs, we take them to the vet and they're all stressed out, they'll start yawning
Really?
over and over.
Oh,
So it's a sign of anxiety.
Yeah.
Air sniffing as well.
Yeah.
Increasing blinking, increased grooming, and increased scratching. So like licking the paws regularly over and over, that's
That is
a
a
sign of
sign.
anxiety. Coat changes.
How do I look at this tweed number?
Do you are the patches on the shoulder too much or on the elbow?
I think you're sick. That jacket is sick.
Changed look, reduced activity, and withdrawal or reduced sociability.
So if Rook were to grow handlebar mustache.
That would be a changed look.
Yeah.
You're really going for something new, aren't you?
Wait a second.
I just get tired.
Yeah, that's the thing is that, and it's tough. You want to be there, for them and do everything you can for them, and it's so hard. Yeah. But if you can, we've gotten very good at it over the years, especially with all the fosters that we've had, and I can pick out. Claire and I we made this pact. You think you see something, you're worried, something's not quite right, we're going to go to the vet.
Yeah, sure.
Better to be wrong.
Right.
Better to be wrong.
Yeah. We got to take Rook in for surgery in a few weeks. He's got a bunch of stones in his stomach, not rocks.
Okay, yeah, he's not eating
stones
rocks.
that
Like
have
the
developed.
band.
Yeah.
Like the Stones. So we have to get that done.
That sucks.
But while he's knocked out, we're going to have a couple other things done too.
Oh, okay.
You can get like teeth cleaning and things like that.
So we have our cat Hubert. He gets the Rastafarian fur.
Yeah.
So when we go in for anything else, we'll give him a little bit of a sedative, and can you just get that out because it's Claire was getting knots out of his fur one time. He was sitting on the couch. He swatted at her.
Yeah.
Got me, and the hook of his neck went through my lip.
Oh my God! What his claws?
One of his claws. They curve around.
Oh yeah.
Bam! And I had about an 11-pound cat hanging
sucks.
off my lower lip.
Yeah. We had that. Fozzie had a little growth on his eye, and honestly, for anybody listening, sometimes these procedures can be expensive.
Very.
Take a look at your local SPCA. We went to Providence Animal Center.
They're wonderful.
What was going to cost us like $2,000 at a vet cost us like $400 at Providence. So definitely explore that situation.
And also
there.
pet insurance.
Pet insurance
is
as
if you
well.
have a number of pets.
Oh man! So Reggie hurt his back leg. This is probably like 2 months ago. The thing about Reggie is wherever he's going, he's got to get there first, right? So if we're running up the steps or whatever, like everything's a race to him. And so he must have hurt his back leg. I was like, please don't be a torn ACL. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, because that
Rook has one of those.
Oh my God! Yeah.
But actually, he's some medication, and he's
all right.
He's doing all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, it took him a couple of days. Like he wouldn't jump up the bed. He would walk up the steps. I was like, "What's going on here, buddy?"
But you were paying attention.
You were paying attention.
Pay attention to your pets.
Yep.
Talk to them.
Those are some of the signs. All right, I got another story in the junk drawer in here somewhere. All right, this one I almost put in the bizarre file, but I'm going to do it here. Perplexity AI is a company. The CEO, Aravind Srinivas, is coming under fire for arguing that people should embrace being replaced by artificial intelligence since they don't like their jobs anyway.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're in this stage now of AI where you just get into your battery pod, put the hoses in the back of your neck, and then this thing that looks like a large spider will check in on you once a week. Stuff like this scares people when you say stuff like that.
I mean, come on.
You watch the special that ABC did about AI.
Mm-hmm.
There are things that are going to be very encouraging and useful about AI.
Certainly.
But when you have execs in charge of AI companies talking like this,
saying that,
or at least phrase it better.
At least phrase it better. If you say something like you're being replaced because you don't like your job anyway, that's just rude.
Yeah.
The co-founder of the San Francisco-based company even said that the jarring shift in how work gets done will lead to a, quote, glorious future that everyone should be happy about. Well, you're certainly going to be happy.
Yeah.
You're making billions of dollars.
He looks at the movie WALL-E and goes, oh, I can't wait.
The reality is most people, he said, the reality is most people don't enjoy their jobs. Okay, let's say that's true. So what?
Yeah.
We have to work. We have to earn money. We have to create a stable position for ourselves. And whether we like it or not is irrelevant. I mean, if you're lucky and you like your job, which we do, that's wonderful.
Your hands.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, come on, man. And losing your job and pivoting and finding something else to do. Do you know how daunting that is?
Well, it used to be like when they say learn to write code. No, not everyone's going to learn to write code.
No, not everybody can.
No,
has
especially if you're a coal miner or whatever.
Exactly.
I'd say this is that, all those science fiction things that we've seen for years kicking in, being replaced. Look for opportunities that involve, AI. And there's going to be things that will crop up. But to sort of just in one broad stroke say, hey, it's going to be utopia.
He goes on to say, there's suddenly a new possibility, a new opportunity to use these tools, learn them, and start your own mini business. Even if there is a temporary job displacement to deal with, that sort of glorious future is what we should look forward to.
Here's how you can balance it. Promise people that they'll have robots they can bang. Right?
But at least we get sex robots.
Yeah, you get
out of
sex
this.
robots.
There's a commercial like that irks me. It's like a pizza shop, and the guy is using his tax, the books,
TurboTax or something?
something like that, or like MS, whatever. And it's like, how do I bring back dollar slices and customers will come in? And it gives them a whole business plan, and then suddenly
Kill your wife.
Oh yeah.
What?
Overnight
That doesn't sound right.
Overnight he has lines around the corner because everybody wants a dollar slice from this guy, and it's like, well, it's not that easy.
Probably doesn't work just like that.
Well, in commercials it does. In commercials they can make anything. Do you remember watching like toy commercials? Yeah, remember watching toy commercials and how badass their setups were? I'm like, I need that Hot Wheels.
Gemini, do I use a semicolon or just a regular colon in this case? Kill your wife.
What if I'm not married?
Kill your neighbor's wife.
I think there's a glitch in the system.
Wow. But that was pretty freaking tone deaf to say something like that. But that's the way he feels. What?
No, I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a technical term.
Yeah.
All right. One more thing, at least. Okay, we'll go with this one. I'd mentioned the baggage fee hike at United and JetBlue and a few others because of oil prices. But this is another story that comes out of the world of aviation. It turns out where you sit during a flight can make a difference in whether you come home with the sniffles or not. And the biggest germ magnet on the plane is apparently the aisle seat.
It's my favorite seat.
Yeah. The aisle seems more convenient for getting in and out, but Dr. Jared Fox, an infectious disease physician, points out that it puts you in closer contact with more people on the plane. So I think we're splitting hairs here.
Yeah. No, and I always assume that as people come in, you're the line of people going down the aisle. You're in the aisle. You're sitting in the aisle. You're brushing against people as people are coming along. They're touching the seat that you're on. And that's all part of the deal, So, but I used to be a straight up window guy. That's it, window or nothing else. And now I like the extra bit of leg room on the one leg for the aisle. I like the ability to get up and out without inconveniencing two people before me. Mm-hmm. It's just, I've grown in life.
I'm still a window guy.
Also, I like, Preston, for people behind me to be able to watch the pornography I'm watching on my laptop.
I'm going to be able to share your joy. But no, I need to, part of the entertainment of flying is looking out and seeing the topography and watching takeoff and landing and all that stuff. I just love it. And I love looking for other aircraft.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool when you see another plane, and sometimes you get way closer than you realize these aircraft duties.
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah.
pretty cool, yeah.
I've flown on like 4th of July or New Year's and you see fireworks going
that's
off, which
awesome,
is
too.
really cool. But I'm always a window person. I have grown as a window person too, and I'm more aware of when to open and close the window. Because I used to be
So you
window.
actually open up the window during flight?
Yeah, I'm like, just put my hand out,
Oh,
like
just
you're
to
like,
say.
you're driving down the highway. No, but like I used to be a window open all the time, but then I realized like when everybody on the plane has the window closed.
Well, they actually ask
get
you
some
now.
sleep.
It used to be the case where you had the window, you controlled the window, but now they'll make sort of general, we keep the cabin dark or
Sometimes,
Yeah.
please be respectful of the people next to you.
I'm window open. I don't care about other
Okay.
people.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Be respectful unless you're that guy.
I paid for that
Who doesn't
seat.
respect anybody.
That's what I want to see. I'm going to recline my seat and I'm going to keep my window open.
Fair.
There you go. That's all there is to it. It's a hill I'm going to die on.
Yeah, I'm pretty much with you on that one. But like, if I'm not, but only if I'm not using the window. But I do use the window a lot. But like, let's say I'm watching a movie or something like that, then I will shut that window because it makes the screen better. Or if I'm gonna take a little nappy new,
Yeah. So if it's like a red eye and the sun's about to come up, the window's going. I'm going to
You don't
close
watch the
shade.
sunrise?
Yeah.
No, I mean, not if everybody's sleeping.
So, Press, what are your thoughts on this? Because I just saw this. It happened to somebody where, like, all right, so the window was kind of by their right shoulder, and it was open, and the person behind them came up, and they had to reach up, and they actually shut the window.
Yeah, they're going to pull back a stump.
Yeah, right.
If that happens. But so the interesting thing about windows on airplanes is that when the say Boeing makes an aircraft, they send it off to Southwest Airlines. They send them to that company without seats in it. They do not include the seats. They give you the aircraft and that is it. It is up to the airline to put the seats in. The airlines try to jam as many seats in as they possibly can, allowing a certain level of comfort as far as space goes. It's their prerogative. And that's why the windows do not line up exactly with the seats.
They've been jamming them in over the years.
Sometimes you'll get a tweener.
Yeah.
And sometimes you're in control of two windows when you're sitting there.
Yeah.
Which is kind of
It's
weird.
a lot of responsibility.
It is a lot of responsibility.
Sometimes your tray for your meal is actually behind you.
Whoa.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
You got to just reach around. Give yourself a reach around.
But it can cause for an awkward, protocol.
Yeah.
As to who's in charge.
But I agree with you. Like when you book your seat, then you are the master of your domain, right?
You're
so
not-
you get your air thingy, your overhead light, your windows. If you're the window seat person, and if I paid for my seat to recline, then I'm going to recline my seat.
Do you know what trend I'm not taking is concerning that is this thing about I book a flight and I'm like, to be with my family or my fiance's 3. You should have booked the seat then.
Yeah.
I booked this seat for the specific reason. If you're feeling overly generous, okay, but the onus is not on you to suddenly switch around because someone didn't plan their trip properly or couldn't get access to the seat they wanted.
The only way I would ever switch is if it was a window for a window.
Co-pilot.
Yeah, no, but
Window
like
for what?
Yeah,
Yes.
window for window, right? If I was in a window seat, or if somehow, some way, I ended up booking a middle seat, which I would never do, and somebody else wanted to switch and gave me a window seat, like I would maybe do that. But like, I agree with you, man. Like, don't make your problem my problem.
It's a courtesy, not an expectation.
Exactly, and as a courtesy, you can make the judge.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
a lot of times they come down on people for not switching seats.
I mean, it's the equivalent of walking through a crowd and going, excuse me. Like, excuse me is pardon me, like, may I get your attention?
Yeah.
And when you move, not excuse me, I'm walking through you.
Should we consider, and I'm not saying I've ever had this scenario, should we consider, though, that when the person who purchased the tickets, if they happen to have bought them a little bit late, before the flight, the day of the flight, that their options are limited on their seat choices? And if you have a kid and it's just unfortunate, you just Uber it?
Yeah.
And if so, then the person who is requesting a seat change needs to make that clear. Look, I just booked these 2 days ago. We had an event that came up and they didn't. I've got a 7-year-old here and they weren't two seats next to each other. Maybe somebody would understand that. But if you're clear in your communication, maybe that would make a difference.
But the script is flipped a little bit lately. I've seen stories of people where it's like, it's sort of expected. You know, like, listen.
It's not.
It's
not.
not. No, it's a courtesy.
And honestly, like, all right, so when children are involved, all right, that changes my perspective just a little bit. But honestly, if it was like, I want to sit next to my fiance, oh, well, that's great.
You're an adult.
You're
you can't do 3 hours in the same vicinity, just not next to each other. Come on.
Have your son sit next to me. I'm going to talk to him about my prostate issue.
Perfect. All right. So as far as germs go, this epidemiologist and medical director of infection prevention at Houston Methodist said, aisle seats expose you to everyone who walks past you up and down the aisle. And research from Emory University shows that 40% of passengers get up once during a flight and 20% get up 2 or more times, which adds up to a lot of germs, coughs, and sneeze passes by that seat.
Do you know what it does allow, though? Passive elbow blasting.
Oh, okay. While you can't avoid germs entirely on a plane, the safest place to sit for minimal germ exposure is a window seat, according to the experts.
In some good airport news, did you guys see the new the terminals reopened? C is reopened, and so is A West.
Okay. All right, good.
That's good.
That's great news.
Yeah.
All right, that is, looking at the clock. Yeah, we got to close up the junk drawer. Let's do that right now.
That was a junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
All right. Kyle Mack with our jingle. Thank you, Kyle. And we're going to take a break and come back. Bizarre File stories are coming up. The official Friday ringing in ceremony with Froggy will take place. A little bit later on, comedian Dustin Nickerson will be here, and Connoisseur and more. We'll be right back.
I think that the first flakes will fall after, say, midnight on Saturday. So if you have plans on Saturday, I know I've had people message me about weddings and stuff, you're good.
Yeah.
But late Saturday night, it's going to start. It'll be light at first, and then the moderate to heavy snow would break out probably after daybreak, 7, 8, 9 o'clock on Sunday morning. And then it's going to snow throughout the day on Sunday. Wow. And then for our teacher friends out there, I think you're going to probably get another Monday off, as some light snow showers will still be with us on Monday, but we'll be digging out. I think at the very least, we're going to get about 6 inches.
All right, what time should I start on the driveway so that I haven't wasted my time? You know what I mean? Should I wait till the evening to get to that, as late as possible before going to bed Saturday into Sunday? Or Sunday into Monday, I mean?
Yeah, so I think you obviously want to put down the salt first. And you're lucky in that it is going to be lighter, especially if you live up this way. So it's not going to be a back-breaking snow. But I would hold off until probably before bed on Sunday.
Son of a bitch.
I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
Well, we go to bed. We get up crazy early in the morning.
That makes sense.
So,
But the problem is, if you let it go overnight, the temperatures are going to plunge again.
That's what we don't want.
And if we do get the wetter snow to work in, then that's all going to freeze over, and it's going to be a block of ice.
All right, so another question. I hate to bombard you with this. I will pre-treat. At a certain point, though, the snow falls, temperature drops.
Sure.
It's a moot point.
Exactly.
So what I do is I treat, and I will do a couple of passes. But you're saying a safe bet to sort of, in this general area, around 7?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay.
7, 8 o'clock, but you're probably in bed by then, so 7.
Yeah, all right, there we go.
7 I can do.
And hopefully a lighter, snow blowable kind of.
Well, and then the other issue with that is we'll probably have some level of wind, and then that's going to create reduced visibility, and So
I'm just wondering about my commute, or our commute, I should say, on early Monday morning.
Yeah, that's going to be a rough one.
Yeah,
especially up this way, you're probably going to have 6 inches of snow on at least 6 inches on the ground. So as long as PennDOT and NJDOT do their job. I mean, they're the great people out there. So
one of the big secrets is that it's a double-edged sword. You're going out on roads that aren't, maybe not be in optimum condition. They've been doing a good job as of late.
Sure.
But it's also less of the slushed up, gummed up, gooed up traffic nightmare. So you're kind of driving on virgin snow
Sure.
that is actually, I find, more drivable.
Yeah, you're right. I found that as well. I guess it all depends on the type of tires you have. And unfortunately, as good a driver as one may be, you never know who else is out there that doesn't know how to drive in those conditions.
Right, and that's where the odds are in our favor. There are nobody out to begin with.
This is true. This is very true.
All right, so we've gotten the weekend and your predictions. Let's talk a little bit about you because you are you're essentially a social media meteorologist.
Sure.
Instagram, your main platform?
Mostly Facebook, but Instagram and TikTok at Nor'easter Nick. But I spent a decade in local TV news.
Yeah, where were you working? Tell us, give us your resume.
NBC 40 out of Atlantic City. I got my job when I was 17.
Okay.
So I was still in high school.
You're a Brigantine, you were born, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Atlantic City. I grew up in Brigantine. So I did weather all through middle school. I went into high school, Hamilton High, and my 2 TV media teachers came to me and they said, there's a job posted for NBC 40 for a weekend meteorologist. And I said, you guys are crazy. I'm 17. I'm never going to get a job. Well, I put together a demo reel, sent it out, and I get a call back like a couple weeks later, and they hired me on the spot.
Wow.
So
Great.
I did that for 10 years. Then they closed down when Comcast bought NBC. They didn't want us competing with NBC in Philly anymore. So I had a decision to make. Do I go into a new market, or I had a decent social media following at the time, so I decided to start my own business. I called all the advertisers and said, if I start a hyper-local weather network, would you support? I started with 5, enough to pay my mortgage and my bills, and now we've got 60 advertisers, and we have a staff of 22 and 4 different companies under the Norcast umbrella.
You have a staff of 22 people?
Yes.
All doing what?
So we have different divisions. We have a production and marketing company, so we have people there. We have a weather consulting company, which people are working behind the scenes consulting with towns and municipalities and landscapers. And then I just bought a magazine. So like literally all over the place.
Okay, well, let me ask you, as a meteorologist and as one who has gone into business for themselves, when you see television meteorologists, they have access to, from what I assume, is company-owned equipment and things like, Doppler radar and all this other stuff.
Sure.
So those are extremely expensive. Do you own your own weather detecting equipment?
I do. I have the same technology that 6ABC has. And how did I do that?
Yeah.
Well, when I worked at my station, the last 6 months I was there, we happened to buy all of this. Before that, it was all PowerPoint, and it was very basic.
So the station was going under. You bought the equipment,
and I
that they
said,
own.
I'll pay you pennies on the dollar. I bought everything for less than 10 grand.
Wow.
Yeah. So
you've got the same deal.
But wait, there's more.
Okay.
So I did some interim work for a year and a half for a station that was trying to do all of New Jersey's news. Right around COVID. And it was the perfect timing because I was like, well, I need healthcare and that kind of stuff. And they hired me, and they lasted about a year and a half. They went under. Guess what? They also had the same equipment. And I said, I'm going to buy that from you. So now I have 2 TV stations equipment in my house, in my home TV studio, and that's how we run everything.
And so you have this sort of weather empire.
Yeah.
What a lot of people comment about, and I have to admit, recently turned on to by these guys here, and Casey's wife being a huge fan, is you're bringing it down to a really localized thing. So even on, and we have wonderful weather people, media people who do a great job. But a lot of times you're shooting for the largest umbrella, so to speak, no pun intended. And a lot of people say, "What about my area? What about?" And they really want you to say, "What about on my street?" But you kind of massage that a little bit with what you do.
I do. You know what? I have a lot of fun with it. I think most people understand you can't get that hyper specific, but our whole model is about being in your backyard, essentially. We don't want to be vague in general. So we do focus on the 7 South Jersey counties. And now we are coming over the bridge into Philly territory. I was just at the King of Prussia Mall over the weekend.
Yeah.
No lie. 5 people stopped me to talk.
Oh,
and I
great.
was like, this is really cool because my career started in Atlantic City, and now I feel like I'm being validated in the Philly market.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
You're such a self-starter. It's a great success story. This is a little bit of a personal nature,
Sure.
and if you don't want to answer it, that's fine. But you had talked about getting into meteorology at such a young age and being hired at 17.
Yeah.
Were you ever were you so fascinated with it and open about it that it ever led to like bullying because you were just as nerdy and geeky as you were?
Yeah, you know what? The only real bullying I ever had in my life was from my mother, unfortunately. So my grandmother raised me. She was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. I had to take care of her. And then when it got so bad, I took care of her for 4 years, all through I was like 10 when she was diagnosed. Whoa. So I ended up moving with my parents, and my mother has issues. She would call me the F word, like just everything under the sun.
For the gay slur?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So yeah, it was a little rough, but thank God I had the weather and the TV studio because I poured all of my energy into that. My classmates were great. Like I never had any issues. When I got into the industry professionally, I've had people that were kind of like eggheads that looked down on me because I didn't go the same route that they did.
Right.
And,
you were too busy buying your own radio station.
Your own equipment.
Were you temporarily put into foster care at some point?
No. So once my grandmother's condition got so bad, she sold our house, and then I moved in with my parents. And, I went from, we weren't rich, but my grandmother took care of me.
Okay.
And, when I moved to my parents, I learned living on welfare and food stamps. I slept on the floor of my mother's bedroom, and I got my first job pushing carts at ShopRite. And if I wasn't home for dinner, I didn't eat that night. So a lot of stuff was going on in those, formidable years when your brain is, really taking shape. And it was a lot of negativity, but I learned how to turn it into a force for fuel.
It generated drive clearly within you.
I told you guys he had an amazing story.
and you lost a sibling?
I did. My younger brother, Matt, it was the month before my wedding, and I had put him through rehab a few different times. And to this day, I feel like if I would have said yes the last time, maybe it would have been different. Like literally 5 days before I got a phone call that he passed, he was like, I really want to do it this time. I want to go down to Florida. I want to get out of this. Will you help me? And I said no because he relapsed every single time. So that weighs on me to this day.
It's a natural inclination to do that. You can't beat yourself up though. Sometimes because one of the menu options is, well, maybe saying no is the way it's going to work this time.
Right.
It could have been,
100%.
either or. Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
The thing that gets you through is you had a passion early that you knew about. I think we all at one level or another knew what we wanted to do. To know that, or at least to take the time to find the thing that motivates you, can be so liberating to your life.
It can be.
Yeah.
Right.
If you're just tuning in, it's Nor'easter Nick who is joining us, and we were talking about the weather forecast this week. And I said I wanted to defend meteorologists. I never get mad at the weather person. I never have.
That's so nice of you. Thank you.
Well, I just understand that it's a complex science, and it's Mother Nature. Things are fluid, and you put it perfectly. As in, it's like water. It's fluid.
Yes.
It moves around. It's the entire world is a stew of all these atmospheric things that are taking place, and that you take the evidence that's given to you, which is constantly changing, and you make predictions at certain time frames, 24 hours from now, 48 hours from now, or a week from now, and so on. There are trends and all this stuff. It's literally like a brew, like you know what I mean?
Sure.
That these things are swirling around, and so I know people who hands down they'll hear a forecast and they'll say, well, these weather guessers, they don't know anything. I'm like, no, it's a constantly fluctuating piece that's happening. And so when it gets closer and closer, obviously you can be more detailed in your predictions, but I just want to go on record that I understand you guys catch a lot of crap. and it's definitely not deserved.
Well, I will take you off of my naughty list.
Thank you.
I have a list of people. So.
Well, let me ask you this then, because I agree with that. But it also, the weather is always, they're milking it a lot of times.
100%.
And so what happens is when they were naming rainstorms.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah,
I hate that
and they were
practice.
really, and they were trying to, sometimes that creates panic.
Sure.
The over coverage. And so that'll be the deal. I don't, as far as, you're only still guessing, but I'm sure you, as you're really committed to this, sort of,
Play the Froggy music. A couple of quick shout-out butt plug thingies that I want to mention here. First of all, this is from our friend Mel.
Mel.
And she want to let us know that the Pierre Robert in the Peeps contest, the diorama that was done in New Hope, the Pierre Robert came in 4th place overall. She said, even though we didn't place, I am thrilled with how we did. This was an amazing experience. I appreciate everyone who took the time to vote.
Kudos to her for taking the time to do so. It's really a loving tribute to Pierre.
And she won $75. And said all that will be donated to the Camp Out for Hunger in Pierre's memory.
She's the best.
So thank you, Mel. We also have a plug that says, hey, guys, I wanted to reach out directly. Oh, yes, that's right. I'd mentioned this. I'll do it one more time. I am the board member of the Autism Society of Greater Philadelphia. This is from Elena Bagby. She said, my family is deeply touched by both the blessings and challenges that come with autism. I'm passionate about making a difference for this community. And she actually, her brother was in a class with my son Parker at Souderton. So she said the Autism Society of Greater Philadelphia serves Montgomery, Bucks, Delaware, and Chester counties, as well as Philadelphia, the largest chapter in Pennsylvania. And we are currently spreading the word about Autism Acceptance Day at the Philadelphia Zoo. That is coming up on Sunday, April 19th. And they're going to have character visits, weighted blanket demonstrations, sensory tables and crafts, entertainment raffles, giveaways, and lots of vendors, large autism resource fair as well. And she said it would mean so much if you could give this event a shout out on the show, or if you're anyone from the show would be interested in attending, to please let me know. Thanks for all you do. Love the show and hope to see you at the zoo or around Harleysville sometime soon. From Elena Bagby, the Autism Society of Greater Philadelphia. So
nice.
That's a plug for that. Then another plug says, hey guys, I'm writing you on behalf of my nonprofit charity, the Colleen P. Smith Memorial Fund. You may remember the name at the end of the Camp Out for Hunger. You read a letter on air from us and accepted a donation check on our behalf. I'm asking for a couple of favors first. Your fundraising first, and I had mentioned this before, the fundraising softball tournament is coming up April 25th, weather permitting. A butt plug on any day of the week leading up to that would be phenomenal. So that's from Brian Smith. So a heads up on that.
Mission accomplished.
Yep. And I think we have information on PrestonandSteve.com if you want to check that out. Any of these events you can find the information about. And another one is happening tomorrow.
Yeah.
KC Boy will be at Rafferty Subaru for an adoption event tomorrow from 11 to 2.
Yeah, so this is in conjunction with our friends at Providence Animal Center. I was just talking about them in the last break. And,
they're terrific, and the Rafferty family is terrific.
Listen, the Rafferty family is always giving back, and they have a special close connection with Providence Animal Center. And I do this event a couple of times a year. And so tomorrow from 11 to 2, there's going to be the Rafferty Subaru adoption event. I'll be there from 11 to 1. And so if you come out, you can have 50% reduced adoption fees. And they do have the puppies and the kittens and the dogs and the cats and these kinds of things. They will be there. So you will be able to see all the animals.
And you're the go-to guy for this event. You've been hosting it for a number of years.
Honestly, like when I can't make the event, and I think Marissa might have hosted the last event that I couldn't do because I think maybe I was out of town at my daughter's school. It actually bumps me out that I can't be there. Yeah. So some of the same people will come out and say hi. So if you are some of those same people, you know who I'm talking about, please come by and say hi. But if you haven't and you've been thinking about adopting a kitten or a puppy or cat, whatever, please come out and check this out. I've been actually lobbying for a cat lately. I'm losing this battle, but me and Avery, we're teaming up right now.
Well, listen, doing it this way, especially, is a wonderful way because you're with Providence, you're with the Rafferty family, and everything is vetted. They're making sure that the animals are well taken care of. So it's a win-win.
11 to 2 tomorrow at Rafferty Subaru with Casey Boy. Oh, I hit the wrong button.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Oh, you know what? We have to get something that allows a more seamless transition because you basically have a stroke while you're doing your Froggy Mask performance.
Yes, for those who don't watch on YouTube, I put on a little performance while that song is playing.
And you need a little bit of a rest.
I do.
You need the opportunity to sit down, maybe.
We'll figure out a way to do it more seamlessly down the road. All right, I'm going to start the Bizarre File. This is an outrageous story. Mount Everest guides have allegedly been secretly lacing tourists' food to trigger costly helicopter rescues as part of a $20 million insurance scam, according to a new investigation. Police in Nepal have charged 32 individuals with organized crime and fraud charges related to the plot, which involves trekking company owners, helicopter operators, and hospital executives.
I watched a full documentary about those helicopter rescues from Mount Everest.
Okay.
They are incredibly costly.
All right. Well, now what they've been doing is they've been scamming. So guides with the trekking agencies allegedly poisoned tourists by putting baking soda in their food to trigger severe gastrointestinal distress that mimicked altitude sickness or food poisoning.
Dude, you're dealing with a deadly proposition to begin with.
Once ill, the visitors were allegedly pressured into agreeing to costly emergency helicopter evacuations, with operators using forged medical and flight documents to bill international travel insurers for the cost.
Could it be that this is all just part of that legendary Nepalese sense of humor we've heard about?
So those ill-gotten gains were then allegedly split among the guides, helicopter companies, trekking agencies, and the hospitals where the tourists were taken for fake treatments. The investigation began in January when 6 executives from 3 prominent mountain rescue firms were arrested. The groups allegedly fraudulently obtained at least $19.69 million in insurance payouts. One company is accused of faking 171 of its 1,248 claimed rescues, leading to more than $10 million in illegitimate payouts. A second company allegedly fabricated 75 of its 471 claims. They got $8 million. And a third is accused of making 71 false claims worth more than $1 million. Prosecutors are seeking total fines of $11.3 million.
This is amazing.
If you think about this, some of these people have spent their lives preparing for this event. They have outsourced, crowdfunded, had gotten money to go and to do this stuff, and this is their life experience.
Yeah.
And they have ruined it for them and robbed them.
Talking 6 figures.
Oh, yeah.
Well into 6 figures to climb Everest and to do it the right way, and these different organizations. And here they are, slipping him a high-altitude Mickey.
By the way, is Pat Croce still out there right now?
He's still out there, from what I understand.
Okay, yeah. I mean, because it's not like a weekend trip.
Somebody should tell him.
Yeah.
Stay away from the baking soda.
It's pretty crazy. Had never heard of anything like that before. All right, we have a clip to play along with this one. Yeah, Casey. And yes. So the Artemis 2 mission, we talked about that at length yesterday, went off without a hitch. Ahead of the takeoff, astronaut Jeremy Hansen poignantly had declared, "We are going for all humanity," and there's one person who perfectly exemplified exactly who this mission is for. CNN was at the scene in Florida to speak with some of the crowd gathered to watch the special moment. And during one conversation, a reporter approached a child adorned with NASA paraphernalia and a GoPro attached to his cap. And the interviewer says, "Why do you want to be here? Why do you love space? Why do you love being a part of history?" This was the response. I'm not sure what all we have in this, but this is the kid. Here we go.
Why do you want to be here? Why do you love space? Why do you love being a part of history?
We're going back to the f***ing moon, that's why.
He looks like he's about 8 or 9 years old.
Oh, man, I love it when a little kid can land the inflection on a curse word.
It wasn't lost on him.
No.
One more time.
Why do you want to be here? Why do you love space? Why do you love being a part of history?
We're going back to the f***ing moon, that's why.
It's always, what's implied is ass hat.
Totally. That was my...
You don't get this, what we're doing?
It's my favorite thing from yesterday. All right, what began as a simple parking lot dispute quickly escalated, and now a doctor faces accusations of crossing a line from confrontation to vandalism. Most of the altercation was caught on camera at a public parking space where the dispute took place. The victim, Luan Nguyen, learned quickly that the doctor is known to claim this spot. Okay, so there's another doctor that parks in this area, and he's known to claim this particular public parking space. He reportedly became upset when he arrived to find him parked there. In footage of the incident, the doctor and the other party exchanged heated words. Security arrived shortly after. Nguyen, who recorded the footage, says that he continued working despite the confrontation. He identified the doctor as Jaipal Sidhu, who he says threatened to damage his car before it happened. In a split second, while Nguyen was distracted, the alleged vandalism occurred. In the video, Nguyen's tire is heard hissing, and he tells Sidhu, "Did you just flatten my tire?" Sidhu responds, "No, I didn't do it." At first, Nguyen did not press charges. Instead, he took the video to social media, where it quickly went viral. He says that he decided to take legal action after hearing from other people who had experienced similar behavior. He said he would put cones around his car, and someone was telling me a story like there was a nutritionist who parked there and was getting yelled at regularly.
And this is a public spot that anybody has the right to.
That's exactly it. Nguyen said this didn't appear to be the first time, so he figured that it was time to do something about it. The case is being investigated as a vandalism case.
Listen, when we pull in and someone's I'm 3 spots in, and when someone's in my spot, it's like, but I don't flatten the tires.
Yeah, you don't pull out your switchblade. And
I don't do a Sidhu.
Exact the revenge that you deserve.
So when they redid our parking lots here, I parked exclusively and I'll just point to where you guys know, but the listening audience has no idea. I was the only car that parked there,
right,
for months,
and
then one day, Kathy was in my spot, and I was like, "You." And listen, I'm
gonna gut you chainsaw style.
I came in and kind of tongue in cheek. I mean, listen, I was a little bit annoyed, but that was my norm for months and months. And then I came tongue in cheek, kind of gave her some crap about it.
Don't be a Sidhu.
Yeah,
she had the right to do that.
Before they redid it, I used to park in Preston's spot.
Oh, get out.
Yes, back years, like 15 years ago. That was my spot because nobody parked over there.
Right.
But then the way that they redid it, it's easier to pull into where you are now.
And you're just telling me this now? Or
Is that all that repressed anger that you've had towards Preston all this time?
I had already found a new location that felt good to roll into.
Don't tell
And then I
anyone.
noticed that you took that over, and I was very excited.
I was going to say, if you want the spot, all you got to do is get here earlier than me, and it's yours.
Hell no,
I'd say actually maybe a little money.
Thanks.
Yeah, the feng shui of the driving is a big thing.
All right, one last thing. 2 19-year-old women from Bournemouth, England have been banned from every pub, bar, nightclub, and hotel in Britain for 6 months.
Why?
They went on a drunken rampage at a hotel last April. Kira McEwen and Larissa Sumavska were not guests at the Treville Hotel when staff asked them to leave.
You're a complete dirty whore.
McEwen threw vases, a computer monitor, and a fire extinguisher and spat at a receptionist.
Well, that's no way to be invited back.
The damage cost over $5,000. Both women received suspended prison sentences and were ordered to pay around $450 for compensation. The judge called their behavior disgraceful, which might be an understatement for something that got them banned from everywhere.
Wow.
And there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, our guest is standing by, so we're going to take a break. When we get back, Dustin Nickerson is going to be joining us. He's got shows at Helium Comedy Club this weekend. I'll give you the rundown on that and tickets and all that good stuff. We will chat with him when we return, so make sure you hang out for a few.
Demure from that as well.
So here's the difference between me and most people on TV. Like, this is my business. I have to be right.
Yeah.
And if I'm wrong, I admit it. That's important. You need transparency. And then I will explain, hey, this is what happened. X, Y, and Z came together or didn't come together, and that's what happened as a result. Unfortunately, corporate media, corporate news these days, it's all about let's get as many viewers as possible because they know that they're bleeding people to digital media.
Yeah.
I have no boss. I have no management telling me what to do or say. I'm not going to hype an inch of snow. And I think that is what people respect.
Right.
I'm always going to get the people that are naysayers, but I'm a very sarcastic person.
Right.
And I will make videos poking fun at them. It's just, I'm crazy. That's what I do.
All right, so I didn't know how to ask this question, so I was going to ask you it one way, I'm going to ask you it this way.
Okay.
So now it's 2 questions.
Yeah.
Name the movie from the meteorologist, Phil Connors.
Oh, Groundhog Day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sam Sparks.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, wow. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
I've never seen that.
Get out.
But Groundhog Day is literally my favorite movie. And I'm so disappointed because several years ago when I was at my station, I told my news director, I want to drive out to Punxsutawney and do the live coverage. And this is when I met Jim Cantori, by the way, who was in my book.
Yeah.
Big role model for me. I was disappointed because it's not what's in the movie.
No.
It's totally different.
No, it's
I was lied to my entire life.
Yeah, it's nothing like that.
All right, what movie is just like, oh my God, man, do they get this is an embarrassment.
Day After Tomorrow.
Okay, I thought so.
I mean,
that might be one of them.
Twisters, I went to see. I was skeptical, and then I'm watching. I'm like, all right, this is pretty solid stuff. Like the
Twister or Twisters?
Twisters.
Okay.
Like Twister got some stuff wrong,
Yeah.
but I think they made up for it in the new version.
Okay.
I loved that.
So the newer version is actually more, by your reckoning, scientifically accurate.
I think
All
so.
right.
Right.
What about this? What about the fire twister that happens over the refinery?
So that's a thing.
Yeah.
You know, it has to do with temperature inversions and the flow of air. But and you look at wildfires all the time out in California.
It happens. Yeah.
It's really cool to see. And when I go to schools, people always ask me about that. And shark tornadoes. Come on, Sharknadoes.
Sharknado, yeah.
Sharknadoes. Well, you're an admitted weather geek. What was the weather like in Philadelphia on January 9th, 1793, when the first hot air balloon flew?
Oh, my goodness. It's funny. When we first connected doing the podcast.
So Nick was a guest on the first episode of the 52 Weeks of First podcast, and we talked about the first hot air balloon ride that was right here in Philadelphia.
It was great. I love that. I love what you're doing, and you're such a fun person. So you're like the perfect person to do that with. But now, you know what? Similar to today, but just a little bit colder because climate change wasn't a thing back then. Very unstable air masses to fly air balloons any time of in the winter.
But you had such great insight about why was it in a prison? Well, it was a prison because in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia proper, there weren't many places without trees and buildings.
Right.
And obviously there were no trees around where people would be climbing out. And it's just, you brought some really great insight to the podcast. So thank you.
I appreciate that.
Nick, you've got a book coming out?
It came out yesterday.
Or is it out? Okay. Do tell.
It's called Rain Date. It's literally about my life. There was a point when I was 14. I was so down and out because of the mental abuse and the overall situation. I remember thinking, and it's horrible to say, but I remember thinking that maybe life would be better without me.
Yeah.
And I walked to the train tracks, and this was like 2:00 in the morning. And I heard the train in the distance, and I heard a voice in my head. It was my grandmother, who had passed away by that point, that don't do this. I taught you better. So it was at that moment I turned around and I decided to turn the negativity into a fuel for success. And the book is all about overcoming adversity. And society, I think, sometimes paints a picture for us. You come from XYZ background, so you must go down this certain path. And, I'm basically here to tell you that it's bull. The only thing that matters is if you believe in yourself and you surround yourself with good people that want to uplift you and push you to become the very best version of yourself. Everybody has the same opportunity as long as you believe in yourself. And, nobody has the right to come into your life and tell you what you can and cannot do. Your version of success is in your brain, and you're the only person that can tell you how high you're going to jump. So it's a book about overcoming adversity and becoming a success by following your heart and not listening to the naysayers around you. So it focuses on my early life, going through taking care of my grandmother, to raising myself, to becoming independent, to being gay, and just all kinds of stuff.
It's interesting that you have this terrifying fear of thunderstorms and weather and extreme weather, and you become a weatherman. You when you're thinking about offing yourself, you go to the railroad, but you're a big fan of trains.
I am.
Yeah.
I am. So if I didn't get into meteorology, I would have been a
conductor,
a railroad engineer.
Oh, there you go.
So I grew up on the trains. I used to wear a conductor uniform on the Atlantic City line. I'd help out all the crews. I had such a great time. Like, you'd be thrown in jail today if you ever did that kind of stuff. But this was the early 2000s.
Steve, it's like Batman Begins. Why bats? Bats frighten me.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. It's interesting. You take it head on and use it. Use that as your power.
Yep. 100%.
Wow. What a success story, man. This is great. What do you see? How do you see this morphing, Nor'easter Nick?
So I'm in the process of helping build what's called the National Weather Network. And we're going to basically replicate what we're doing in New Jersey and the Philly area across the country. We've got 15 other guys that are involved in it, very well-known meteorologists in their markets, mostly from the South, because they don't have many O&Os down there. So people stay with O&Os, different than up in the north.
What is an O&O?
Owned and operated. So like your NBC, like not the affiliates. There's a bunch of affiliates in other parts of the country that aren't in major cities. So they're leaving, they're starting their own digital platforms, and now we are banding together. The goal is to have one of me in every single state and tie it together in this network. But aside from that, locally, it's just continuing to grow the platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
You could have that network connected by a railroad system.
Right.
Yes. There you go.
Our
Become a
system
real
here pales
railroad.
into comparison to like Europe. You can't get anywhere here.
Yeah.
And when we're done with this interview and we wrap up, can you show me how to tie a bow tie?
So, funny story. I haven't worn this in over a month since our last snow. And the superstition is I've been wearing this the snow tie bow tie.
Yeah.
I break it out when there's legitimate snow chances. So this morning, I'm standing in the mirror and I'm like, oh, shoot, I forgot how to tie this. And I did it like 3 different times, but it's literally like tying your shoes. That's it. That's really it.
Oh, okay.
But I'll help you.
Listen, anytime just a regular tie. I wear them so infrequently. I'm on YouTube. I'm on YouTube.
Oh my God. I love that. I pre-tie my tie. So I have like 300 of them.
Good call.
I tie them once, get that really good Windsor knot, and then I set it.
And you just hang it up?
Ron Popeil, set it and forget it.
I love that. Wow.
Quick summation on it for the Sunday again.
For this weekend.
So I think it is a go.
Yeah.
We'll have our first call snow map out tomorrow. I think it's a baseline of 6 inches. Could get much more than that, but I want to set your expectations of at least getting a plowable 6 inches of snow. It starts late Saturday night. It ramps up through the day on Sunday. There could be a transition over to a sleet and freezing rain, mostly east of the city. That would come midday. That'll cut down on the totals a little bit, but it's going to be a fluffy snow to begin with, maybe a little bit wetter to end, and it wraps up and is out of here on Monday. Snow breeds snow. That means that the pattern going forward as La Nina fades is going to be very active. I don't think this is the last one.
Okay. So an active snow season.
Yes.
Will we be seeing snow later the week following?
It's possible. You get in these patterns where, you know how sometimes it rains every weekend, and you're like, again? Well, it's very similar with
If we
winter
get back to
storms.
the Sunday night snowstorm, I'm going to freak the F out.
I know, right?
Wow.
So excited.
So Nor'easter Nick, actually Nick Pittman is his
Yes.
name. If people want to find you, and they're spelling out Nor'easter Nick, do they have to put the apostrophe in the Nor?
It'll all come up if you just type in NOREASTERNICK. And I'm literally everywhere. Every platform you can think of.
Instagram,
I'm there.
TikTok, Facebook.
Yes.
Do you have any YouTube stuff?
I have a YouTube. We have a 24/7 channel that runs on YouTube. We have our website, norcast.tv. And we're fun, We're hyper local and just have a good time. And it's all about fact-based forecasts. I love snow, but I will never let my bias slip into the forecast because I think that's important.
Okay. All right. Do you mind if we reach out to you from time to time?
No, please do.
Thank you, Marissa. So our next guest is going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow, 7 and 9:15 tonight, 6 and 8:30 tomorrow. And he's back in our studio. We've had him here before. We are very happy to welcome Mr. Dustin Nickerson.
Hey, Preston, Steve, Marissa, thank you. Thank you for having me. Listen, I'm happy to be in and promote a little bit. You guys, I made a mistake and I this weekend and I competed with the resurrection of Christ.
It's a tough one.
It is a tough sale. You know, technically the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ, depending on how religious you may be.
Well, they say don't work with dogs, children, and resurrections.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, that's the old adage. So, you know, I'm here to promote to the heathens who don't celebrate such things.
Well, you're not working on Sunday, so at least there's that.
Exactly. Yeah. It's also I have a lot of parent fans because that's what I am. Thus, I don't know if you clocked that 6 and 8:30 show on Saturday.
I did catch that.
Yeah, because my fans, they'll see a show that starts at 9 and they're like, I don't like him that much.
Let me tell you something. So you're speaking something that, and we talk about this. So you had a family young. You were in your early 20s when you started to got married, and it was a school sweetheart, and all the way through. So off and running, but you start to realize those time shifts. Like, is there a 6 o'clock show? And the thing that I'm on now is, do you always have to have rock concerts at night? Could you have them in the afternoon? Is it conceivable?
I mean, I'd love it indoor with a seat. I mean, maybe an opener, but I could go either way.
Opener doesn't matter, right?
I could go either way on concerts. And I mean, the last concert I went to, it was a couple of concerts ago. My wife and I go to a lot of shows, and we were outside, and I looked outside, and it was at Gallagher Square in San Diego where we live, and I was like, Melissa, every single person around me is a 40-year-old wearing the same New Balance as me. Because we're like, if you're going to make a stand, then I'm going to be on my arch support. You're like, is this what it is?
I love it.
Also, have you reached that stage of life where you go back and see the bands that you saw in your 20s, and you're like, they're not as good because they're not on cocaine anymore?
Yes.
And you're like, I'm happy for you. I am happy for you. But, you can lower the cost a little.
Think about me a little bit.
Yeah.
What you do get is the revelation of going, and it's happened a number of times where you're looking around and going, Jesus, these people look old.
Yeah.
And you realize they're looking at you the same way.
I went to see Goldfinger in Florida a couple weeks ago. They're my
Great band.
favorite band.
Oh, I love that, yeah.
Everybody was just standing, and they had like a little bit of room around them. If somebody bumped into you, it was like, oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And I went to crowd surfing. I was like, this is going to be a terrible crowd to crowd surf because everybody has like 6 inches of in between them.
And arthritis.
And then Unwritten Law opened for them, and he sounded terrible. And I was like, oh, the drugs made you really, really good, huh?
And it made you not really, back in the day, you weren't really paying attention as much.
Yeah, I've been a punk fan forever, and my wife finally agreed to see Thrice with me a while back, and we were seeing Thrice, and she goes, Dustin, every single person here looks exactly like you.
So
I was like, and they're drinking the same thing as me too.
Age-wise, though, so you would have been growing up, you would have been kind of in the grunge
So
world?
I caught that kind of tail end of grunge. So Cobain died in '94. I was 10.
Right.
So there's certainly.
Were you into it at all?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I would have been kind of like again, I was pretty young for Nevermind and, but like, and 10 and stuff. But that second wave and then into the punk scene that kind of came right after it. Absolutely.
Yeah. It was the only thing that could follow.
Yeah. And then there was also just very interesting Seattle bands like the Presidents of the United States came right after that. I played kickball with them at a summer camp.
That's because you had immediate access. I mean, I watched the Singles. When you watch the movie Singles, it's like, it's what I imagine.
Exactly,
going to
and Modest Mouse came right after that, too. It's just those are the bands that you were seeing. The first band that I ever saw, it was our 107.7 The End is the alternative station there. Right. And it was like, it was a co-headliner of Garbage and Hole.
Oh, wow. That's an epic show.
That's a great 1996 show as a 12-year-old boy. I was like, this is a pretty hot show.
Yeah. Was The End, that radio station, when they did Real World Seattle, didn't they work at that radio
I think
station?
so, yeah.
I remember that.
Familiar. Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, that's such a nostalgic time. I mean,
great time.
It's
Seattle in the
so
90s,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
And in fact, I have a picture. I have a press picture of Dustin right here, and he's wearing a flannel shirt in this with a T-shirt underneath it.
I'm wearing a Tacoma Rainiers, which is our AAA team too. So it's I'm a proud homer.
Are you a AAA guy? Do you have young kids? How old are they?
No. So you mentioned I had my kids very selfishly young. If you have your kids young, it is good for you. It's not good for them. Right. It's not. Well, I mean, I was
19, 20?
Yeah. So my son's in college.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this recently of like, if I live to like 90, my son will be 70.
Oh, yeah.
That is,
you're right.
I mean, honestly,
we might be in the retirement home together at some point in the future. Yeah.
Happen.
Dustin, you look like you could be attending college with your son.
That's very nice of you to say. Thanks. Like a creepy age to be at college, but I could be there.
Yeah.
So we're in very different life stages. I was just talking to Meredith right before this of like, my friends all have like young kids, and they're like, we had to talk to our kid about Santa, and I'm like, I just talked to my kid about STDs. I would love the Santa talk. You know how much I miss changing diapers compared to the crap we're dealing with now.
It's such a wild dynamic.
What year in college? I got 2 in college.
Freshman.
As well.
He's just went off to college. Yeah.
Okay. What school? Do you mind me asking?
Yeah, he's a student athlete. He's also he's a runner up at San Jose State. So
Wow.
Wow. He's very athletic, which gets 100% from his mom, which is great.
You're a big sports fan.
Big sports fan. Yeah.
But
I grew up
fan.
True fan.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm what my friends call is deceptively athletic, which means if we play like 5-on-5, I'm going to score the first 4 baskets because they put the little kid against me. Yeah. They're like, he can't do anything. I'm like, all right, he's got that old man 10-footer.
Yeah.
I'm a big sports fan, and it's my son has adopted. I was wondering that I asked you guys on this because my son is adopted because he was born in Seattle. He's a Seattle sports fan.
Right.
And I like resent him because as far as he thinks, I'm sure young fans in Philly are similar. Like he thinks that's like a pleasant experience.
Oh, no.
But it
was dark there for a long time. I mean, listen, you guys have won a couple of Super Bowls in the last
all in
decade
his lifetime.
All in his lifetime.
All in his lifetime.
There's a reaction here to people. You know, things are maybe looking a little fallow now, but there were like people who, you know, who just it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. And now there's a generation that's like, oh, it happens.
No. These Seattle Mariner fans have hope, and I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you? Hope?
Yeah, Dustin, we've been going to the World Series, at least the playoffs, in the last couple of years, and people don't understand like not making that. I mean, we had the 2008 World Series. We went back 2009, and then there was a little bit of a dark period, and I think that's where all of these younger kids are becoming fans.
Yeah,
and now they're just like used to extended seasons.
No, as far as my son knows, the Seattle Seahawks are a good franchise. And that is such a weird feeling to me that I'm like,
well, then let me ask you this, because when I think of Seattle, like you did have Ken Griffey Jr.
Yeah,
right?
how many World Series did they win?
You did have
how many did they go
Steve
to?
Largent.
That was the thing. We'd have a good player.
Yeah.
And that was it. You're like, oh, yeah, we remember Sean Kemp. You're like, yeah, and all those titles he won.
Yeah. We had Charles Barkley. He didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, he did go somewhere.
Wow.
But yeah, that's the point. They think it's this great thing. And I feel like when you're like grandpa who like worked in factories in the Great Depression looks at how soft you are. That's how I feel. It's like, you have no idea how much I suffered for you. Like,
and no matter how much you try to fight it, you become the wizened old guy. So you don't know.
You don't know. No, my son asked me, hey, you guys like, do you guys like lost games and stuff? I was like, son, we lost teams. The Sonics left.
Yeah.
We didn't we were happy if they stayed another year.
Who are the Sonics now? I always forget.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Don't bring this up.
I'm sorry.
Don't. They're Thunder.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They just won.
Yeah. Don't.
Man.
Why you got to do that?
Dude, you know what?
Has anyone ever broken your heart? Tell me about any time someone's cheated on you. Go into great detail. Tell me your worst memories.
You just caused him a ton of misery.
Oh, man, I'm really sorry about that. Oh, wow.
Apology not accepted.
How deep is your fandom? Are you fantasy leagues and all that stuff? And sports betting?
I don't do fantasy leagues anymore because I've made promises that I wouldn't.
How bad did you get yet while you were doing
Well, we don't need to, it was less about money and it was
Okay.
more about time.
All right.
And, you're at a certain point, you're like, because I was in like early kind of mid 2000s. I'm like, I could tell you what like Albert Pujos's, splits were, but I couldn't remember my wife's birthday.
Yeah.
And you're like, I think maybe use that brain information for somewhere else. So
Dustin, I think you should create Fantasy Football Anonymous for people who have been in a similar situation, a support group. to get over this.
Do you think that online gambling might be an issue for people right now?
No, are you kidding me? All that money they're winning? Come on.
So was a lot of the blowback coming from the family that was being left in the lurch?
It was really my wife going like, hey, would love for you to be around a little more. Would love for you to not be like, on the waiver wire trying to pick up a relief guy. Because fantasy baseball in particular is such a long season. Yeah, I've made promises.
So while you're out on the
Won't
road,
touch the stuff again.
as a touring comedian, will you take in other, games around the country?
When I can, absolutely. Yeah, it's,
Any preference when you're in a certain area where I got to get to the stadium here? I got to get to.
I mean, PNC in Pittsburgh is unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, it's there's definitely some ones that you try to hit.
Do you have aspirations of hitting every park in the country? Anything like that? No,
no, I don't.
Because you're touring, you're out and about. You
could,
take advantage of that.
You'll look at a certain city, you'll be like, I could miss that one. There's certain cities that you wake up in, and you're like, if I just stay in the hotel this weekend. That's fine. I don't need to
Which
see
city
the streets.
comes to mind when you say-
I don't need to name Buffalo.
I remember this is a true story. Years ago, Dustin, at Pottstown on the Canadian border.
Pottstown, PA. I've been to Pottstown. Yeah.
So I drove. This is in New York, actually.
Pottstown, New York.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So I drove like 8 hours. Did the show and drove back because it's like, and they said, you don't want a hotel room? And what I was thinking is, I don't want to wake up in this town.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so bleak.
Some cities you wake up and you'll be like, where am I? And then there's other cities that you're like, why am I? Like, what did it all? You're just like looking at the sky, like, how did we end up here, God? What happened?
Well, prior to stand-up, now you'd been a youth pastor at some point, right?
Yeah, once upon a time.
Yeah.
And I had a great dislike for teenagers, so I was bad at that job.
That'd be an issue.
It was a real main issue of just like, I'd be like looking, I'm like, I don't think you guys deserve the love of God. He didn't die for you. And then my last job, I was middle management at a rec center selling gym memberships, which was good for me because people would be like, I could be that.
Yes.
I could
I was an attainable goal.
Yeah. Wow. What's interesting about the teenager thing is it that you just don't communicate well with teenagers, because somebody like Casey over here, he talks to teenagers very, very well. He can slide into that. I have a hard time doing that.
Yeah.
Connecting.
I would say that's more normal than Casey. When you're like, oh yeah, he slides into teenagers' DMs.
No, I don't know.
When he said there, no, it's no.
I've had teenagers though. Like,
I
have
do too.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't help
Yeah,
with
I
me.
guess. I also don't really care for him either, It's the worst when they're making fun of you to your face.
Well, maybe that helps is that you just have an apathy, that you're not scared of them. You're like, I don't care if this goes well or not.
But Dustin, you pointed out the fact that you present as somebody that you might be showing a picture of to your teenager. Stay away from this guy.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I don't. There's nothing about me that's inviting to a teen, and that's great. I have nothing in common with him. I don't. You're like, what are your interests? Which is funny because every hotel I stay at, it's just me and you, 12 soccer teams, and you're like, all right, I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna go hide in the room, but. Yeah, it's I love the teens. I saw your Bowie background there, and it did miss me. Like, I do miss like young kids because there was like a cuteness to them.
Yeah.
I remember my daughter was like 7 one time, and we were eating like salad for dinner, and she took the salad, and over the dressing she goes, "Let's ranch." And you're like,
oh, so let's dance.
Yeah. And you're like, first off, you're like, I do have a favorite. It's you. And you're like, you miss stuff like that as opposed to just getting cussed out because you won't DoorDash an acai bowl or whatever. So,
When does that some parents, I don't have kids, but when you go through that contentious, I'm an adult now, you seem odd to me sort of phase, when does the, well, I now reappreciate my parents stage kick in?
Yeah, TBD on my end. I don't know. Have you guys gotten back to? We haven't gotten. I mean, my son a little bit now that he's off in college. It's a little, but I wouldn't call it like warm. Has it been like life? You were so right, Dad. I'm not getting a lot of that.
Does he like do they understand what you do? Because these guys will tell a story about like talking to a celebrity, and the kids are like, whatever.
Yeah. Well, my kids are impressed at my Instagram following.
Okay.
That's what they care about.
Okay.
They're like, I don't know what the Tonight Show is. I think maybe I've seen that guy on YouTube before.
Yeah.
Wow.
But they will be like, dude, you're like, they've had friends like, your dad's verified on Instagram. They're like, could I get a follow back? You're like, actually, I don't get in the habit of following teenagers on Instagram. That's not a thing that I do.
That's funny. That's the metric they use to judge your validity.
Yeah. So that kind of stuff they're impressed by.
That's wild. How important is it to you? I mean, because now it's funny. We've seen people start to have to morph. You can't hold it back. You've got to work with it somehow. How is your social media game? Do you have someone doing it for you, or are you very vested?
I'm an example of like, listen, if I can figure it out, then like if this like 41-year-old dad can figure out how to get decent numbers on there, like any comic can. So I do all right on there, but the reality is everybody's on there.
Yes.
Everybody is on their phones constantly. You ever do that thing where you like look at your kid's screen time, you're like, oh my gosh, you're on your phone too much. And then you get yours and you're like, whoa. I actually won this week. So everybody's on there all the time. So you just kind of embrace it and you just try and throw a bunch of stuff out there. But the live show is what you're trying to get people to
everything
do.
circles back to that. But you just brought up something that is interesting. Years ago, comedians, in the Ramada someplace in some town, you had the TV, or maybe you go to the multiplex. But the opportunity to doom scroll in a nuclear way is presented to you. Do you fall victim to that?
No, I get pretty bored of the phone pretty fast. I'm not gonna lie. I think that maybe there was a time, but now that everything is like, now that you're playing like the Is This AI game a lot on there, which is you're like, is AI actually gonna be a gift in the way that makes us kind of hate our phones a little bit? It's not a particularly pleasant experience.
That's very perceptive. I was thinking the same thing because there has been this backlash. The company Sora, the AI, closed down.
They closed. I saw that. Yeah.
What you're getting is this reflexive response, like the constant perception that someone's trying to scam you or pull over, which is inherently true by its nature. But this seems to be more in your face, when you're seeing Rue McClanahan, doing a wingsuit, that's probably fake.
Yeah, I think that it's oddly, I think it puts a value on things like this, and I think it puts value on live entertainment and shows and concerts. It's this where I was talking, so my daughter's in theater, and I was like volunteering with a bunch of dads this last week, and I was looking around all these guys that have like normal day jobs who are terrified of AI. I'm like, what a weird moment in history that stand-up comedy is one of the safe jobs.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh, I'm not worried about AI. That sucks for you guys, though. And they're like, and they're my son in college, and they're like, like who's writing AI papers, and then they have to like run it through AI to see if it is AI. So now you're asking computers to snitch on themselves. Yep. What's there?
Which apparently they gleefully do. I might have sent you the article, Preston, about some law school where they are having their students compose all of their papers on old-style typewriters.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Isn't that wild?
Honestly, they can still AI it and then just type it.
There's one step in between, though.
I know, but at least they're doing the AI is still doing the work.
I had a guy tell me that his job is doing like AI interviews, so you would interview with a robot, and I thought that might actually help my teenage son. They won't see him like slouching in his chair, and he'll keep calling him bruh, and he'll be like, cannot detect. Do you get a
offended when I don't know if this happens or not, but your son's friends, did they ever bro you or bro you?
My son calls me bro, and I don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
No, and you try to be a little relaxed about it. Technically, bruh. I don't know. You get in the same stuff. You're like, it's dad.
Yeah.
You know, it's heck. I'd rather you call me Dustin than bruh. I don't love that.
My neighbor, their daughter calls the mother and father by their proper names, and this is the way they do it. Yeah. It's with the way she was taught. And but I mean, I was always. It was a sign of respect, you know, that you would do that. And if you when you were called brah or whatever, was it a little bit of a little?
Yeah,
wince?
I mean, it doesn't help that we're living in San Diego. I think he's majoring in vibes.
It is weird though because
I've never been broad.
Oh man, I've been broad by like girls. I'm like, did you just bro? Okay, that's interesting.
You just bro me.
I did it to Matt the other day.
You bro?
I broad Matt, and he looked at me, and he's like, "All right, that's where we're at now. Love it."
It was weird because, like, for what we do for a living, when I introduce myself, I go by Casey Boy, right? So I'm like, hey, I'm Casey Boy, and so when I would like meet a kid, like one of my kids' friends, I'd introduce myself as Casey, and then I'd have to go, wait, well, hang on, am I supposed to be Mr. You know, like, I don't know what, like, but and you're.
I tell him at Dustin Nickerson.
Use your URL.
Yeah.
Just say we could change your name to Casey Bruh. To the Casey Boy.
Yeah,
that's good.
You know what I do like though is the Mr. Steve. You know, or
Mr. Steve.
The camp counselor route.
Yes, right.
Totally.
But for all of my kids' friends, you know, I'm like, all right, how old are you now? They're like, all right, I'm 17. I'm like, okay, well, when you're 18, you can call me Casey. You know, that, you know, when you're an adult, when you can fight for our country.
When I hand you a beer now, you still call me Mr. Dustin.
Dude, but there are people still. I don't know how many generations in where hey, Mr. Cooper.
Yeah. Some of my best friend's parents, who I'd always called them as Mr. and Mrs. I still at this age.
Yeah.
The ones that are alive.
Right.
Yeah. I've had some of my teachers who will come out to my shows. Like I was out in Tacoma, where I'm from originally, a couple weeks ago. And I was like, I'd be like, oh, Mr. Johnson. They're like, call me Lou. I'm like, I don't want it. No, I actually don't. I didn't really like you then either. I'm not trying to get all Lou with you.
Have you ever had someone, speaking of that, who you just did not like at all from your past that turns out to be a fan of your comedy?
Yeah, well, and then they try and gloss it all over. And, you know, the funny thing is now when I go back to hometown shows and people will... they will be like, hey, you probably, I don't know if you remember me, but we went to high school together. Something like that. I appreciate. As opposed to, which has happened, like, you don't remember me? I'm like, dude, it's been 20 years and you look like hell. And there's no easy way to say this. Like, you know me a little more because I'm on your phone and on your screen a little more, and and I've moisturized a couple times.
As clearly you have not.
Yeah. There's no easy way to say this. At least give me your name.
That's it. You're setting some up for an uncomfortable dynamic, and even if you're not someone's in the public eye, you don't remember me, do you? You know, it's like,
what do you want from me right there?
No,
I think you need to work this out with your parents, man. This isn't a me issue. We were a loose friend. We were on JV football together 25 plus years ago. No, I don't remember you. I'm sorry. I don't think I would have remembered you a month later.
It's nothing wrong saying, hey, Dustin, we were on JV football.
Yeah. If I'd have seen him that summer break, I'd be like, oh, yeah, it's a distant memory. Anyway.
I saw something. It was something on Instagram that's supposed to be thought-provoking, and it said something along the lines that there are people that you have known in your life that have a specific memory about you that you do not remember at all.
Oh, I can guarantee that.
And they, but for whatever reason, it is stuck with them.
Yeah.
And it's kind of tweaks your melon to think about that. And I remember I went to a high school reunion. It was around my 20th year because I've been gone out of high school for a long time now. But I remember running into somebody and saying, oh, my God, do you remember that blah, 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 this thing that we did? They're like, no, I don't remember that. And you're like, oh, That hurt. And either it's the drugs that has clouded their memory or my memory, and I just made it up. But
or you're like, you told me that thing that changed my life, and they're like, I don't even remember saying that.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I was drunk then.
I was drunk.
Well, we love the show The Bear, and there's a classic scene where there's classic as a classic can be in a show that's 2 years old, but this chef that bullied the main character, bullied the hell out of him. He finally encounters him and gets to say this and that, and the guy says, well, look,
I think he told him, "You're welcome."
You're welcome. It meant
Look at how
little to
successful
me,
you were.
and has been a motivating force for you for years.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, this is the Ricky Bobby dad scene.
Right.
Of, first year last. I based my whole life off that. And you're like, it's very similar in life where I'll be like, remember when you told me that, Dad? And he's like, you sure that wasn't your uncle?
How's your dad dispensing? How's your
advice
Ward Cleaver, Mr. Brady acumen when it comes to witticisms and or life guidance?
I don't think I understood that sentence. I tried to find it. I tried to find my footing on what's he asking me? I heard how's your dad doing, and then a lot of words I was not ready
I actually
for.
never asked about you.
I'm not good at it. Like when I have something poignant that I want to share, a life lesson or something like that, and even though I am a communicator by nature, this is what I do for a living.
Yeah.
Condensing it down to the thing that will stick. At least I don't think I have that, Mr. Brady.
You were asking me if my dad gives good advice? Is that what you were
No, if you do.
Oh, if I do.
Yeah.
Oh,
To your
that's so
children.
funny.
I'm sorry, Dustin. But please let your dad know I don't know him.
Yeah, no, that makes more sense. And I was like, all right, we're bringing up, but you're confident my dad's alive. Wow, that's a compliment.
I mean, 'cause you're not that old.
I think sometimes, but I don't. Really, anytime I start and you see them glaze and they'll be like, I don't want to lecture right now.
You're like, Dad, you got to keep it to 120 characters, please.
Yeah, I see the glaze over immediately. But then, so we've always said in our house, attitude and effort. That's the only thing that matters is attitude and effort. We've been saying that my son's whole life. And then he had a coach in high school. It's like, dude, the coach was just he told us the only thing that matters is how hard we try and how good our attitudes are. And I'm like, you gotta be freaking kidding me with that. I was like, and it goes, it hit me. And I was like, that is all that matters. You gotta be kidding. Are you messing with me right now? This is unbelievable. That might as well be tattooed on your forearm. Attitude and effort.
How frustrating.
I need credit.
Yeah. They were just words to your kids. They didn't actually think about what the words meant.
Oh, Dad's voice is happening.
You know what would have sucked is if that coach overheard you saying that to him in the parking lot, and he's like, man, that's some good stuff.
I'm going to take that one.
I'm pretty sure I put that in my book, Coach.
Wow.
That's funny. That's funny.
What are your kids? What do they have aspirations as far as? I know they're just a freshman going to college, but any idea? Because some kids at that age they're either clueless and they're just heading into school blindly, or they're like, I want to do ABC.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely the kids who are saying something that just you got to say something.
Okay.
My son is definitely I think I might want to be in the sciences. And then he took college level sciences. He's like, the humanities seem good.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. My son is, it's so interesting because with Gen Z is going to college now.
Yeah.
You can't really push the traditional workforce the way that you did because
it's morphing.
And it isn't the promise that it once was. I mean, when I was going to college, they were just like, get a job in computers.
Yeah.
That was always they said computers.
Learn to write code.
Exactly. Yeah. And you're like, that's not seem very promising right now. And also having my job, I can't be like, it's really important that you get a real job.
I know.
And work 9 to 5 and work your way up at a company. So I don't really... I know I know what some of their gifts and skills are. My son, the fact that he's a runner, I think guides a lot of that. But I don't, your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah. My middle child's about to graduate from college.
Yeah.
And does not know what he wants to do.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, and I can only guide so much. I offer
you still
some
got a room for him?
I do have a room for him. Yeah. Just in case it happens.
Is that you? Are you ready to accept returning?
Emotionally, no.
Yeah.
But if they move it, listen, it's he just got back from break, and I don't know if you guys have had this experience. Your kid comes back And you're like, when are you leaving again? Because like we've moved on. You know, like we're just kind of now we've got like empty nester out there, and you're like, oh wow, you know, it's not to get, you know, like 7 more years, and you kind of look at the old cats, and you're like, they seem to be wrapping up too.
I would say we're not there, but that's because we have dogs, and if somebody comes back to the house, they can watch the dogs for us. And we can take off.
That's nice. Yeah, we listen. I don't. This is a dark thought, and I don't know how much you guys like it, but we timed our animals' lifespans accordingly. We were like, all right, they'll graduate around 2025.
Right.
Cats lived about 15, 20 years. We'll see. And
it should dovetail nicely.
Dude, your animal dying is a lot like your kid going to college. And that you're like, this is very sad, but I am more flexible all of a sudden.
Wow.
I've got some, this does open up the books a bit.
The fact that you did the math ahead of time is genius, Dustin.
Yeah.
That is
That's why my wife won't let me get a cat right now. I'm doing this pet adoption event tomorrow, and she's like, if we got a cat, it would be around for 20 years. I'm like,
but cats are a bit more self-sustaining than a dog. I mean, but it's a commitment, not like a.
Yeah, but if you want to go to Europe or something like that.
Yeah, and we have this plan is backfiring about because our cat's over 20 now, and once a cat turns 15, you're like, you'll probably in the next soon, you know, and then they hit 20, and you're like, can you die? You start like Googling the record, and you're like, well, now we got a team goal.
Right, yeah.
It's true. You see, that's why you see these stories of these older like women, or like it used to be the case, or just senior citizens. I got a parrot. I got a cock. They got these birds that'll live.
Oh yeah,
80 years. 80 years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
it's
my
like,
gosh,
what are you gonna do?
I don't want to live 80 years.
Dustin, we just pulled this up. A cat named Cream Puff lived to be 38 years and 3 days old. That is the oldest cat that ever recorded.
38. So, the idea that I could have another full high school life. Another 80. Mel, my wife Mel, they can live till 18 or till 38. So let's have another kid.
Well, for you better find out how wheelchair accessible Barcelona is.
Well, listen, just a heads up that Dustin is at Helium this weekend. So you got shows tonight and tomorrow, 7 and 9:15, and then slightly earlier for Saturday, 6 and 8:30,
That's
which
great.
I'm totally down with. But you can go to heliumcomedy.com. And Dustin, your Instagram account again, please?
At Dustin Nickerson is
That's
what I
easy.
make my kids call me.
There you go, at Dustin Nickerson. It is good to see you, sir. Thank you for coming by and spending some time with us.
Thanks for having me. This is great.
You got to enjoy Philly while you're here. All right, Dustin Nickerson, guys. Helium Comedy Club. We are going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Connoisseur segment coming up next. Stay with us. Excellent. All right, Nor'easter Nick, guys.
Thanks so much for having me.
Wow, we have been schooled and
weather.
taught a lot of good stuff this morning. Our in-studio guest is a stunningly beautiful badass who is promoting the film Mercy, which is going to be in theaters tomorrow. And I mean that in every sense of the word, badass. She's held 6 titles in professional boxing and 2 world championship titles in 2 different weight classes, is what I'm trying to say. And then segued into acting and has been very successful there. The True Detective series was absolutely amazing. And she lives in South Philly. This is awesome. Please welcome Kaylee Reese.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Great to have you. You first came on my radar in True Detective. And which Casey and I here watched it pretty much the same time together. And we both came in and were like, have you seen this badass gal on this? And so then we did a dive into, who you were and what's your story. And it's so impressive what you've done with your life so far. And you're probably just getting started as far as I can tell.
Yeah, this was, originally starting with boxing and kind of getting into acting kind of by accident. A happy accident, and True Detective was my 3rd job. First TV show, third job.
With Jodie Foster.
Jodie Foster.
And I failed to mention at the top, nominated for a Primetime Emmy, Golden Globe, Critics' Choice Award as well, and a few others on top of that. So you came out swinging.
I did. I mean, I can't do any. I don't know any other way.
Well, we want to talk about Mercy, obviously, which is what you're promoting, which is now you've gone from Jodie Foster to Rebecca Ferguson and Chris Pratt, and a great cast in this. So, I mean, it seems to me that you said boxing found you, and it seems to me that boxing and your training for it and how you have learned to adapt and roll with the changes has informed everything you've done from there on in. Could any of this have happened without boxing in your life?
Absolutely not. I mean, I give everything to boxing. Boxing found me at a point of my, adolescence when I really needed something different. Coming from a sport background, coming from a very artistic, musically inclined family, but I played team sports, but there was a lot of things that were going on that boxing kind of saved me from. It was the first time I had something that I was only paying attention to that one thing. If I was jump roping, I was jump roping. I wasn't thinking about all the other things that was going on in my life at the time. And it's given me a lot of opportunities. I've traveled the world. It's taken a lot from me. I've missed weddings, funerals, graduations, events, holidays, birthdays, all the above. But
that's how it works, though.
It's sacrifice.
Yeah.
And I got found because I boxed and what I boxed for and what I represent. That's how I got found with acting. So I wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for boxing.
And you had a guy who's kind of your customato who kind of said to you while you were boxing, you're going to be an actor.
Yes, that was my...
out of the blue.
Out of the blue. I mean, he's known me since I was, 13, 14 years old. Dr. Roland Estrada back in East Providence, Big Six Boxing Academy. I call him Pop. Everybody calls him Pop. Yeah. But he's, this is going to be means to an end, kid. It means to an end, kid. You're gonna be a model. You're gonna be an actor. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. And he's like basking in all of this now. He's like, I told you. I'm like, yeah, you did.
Is he demanding a percentage now at this point, or is
no, he's kind. He just, as long as I keep him posted. I go by the gym every time I'm in Rhode Island and just I talk to him all the time. He's so proud. He calls me randomly when he's with a patient. He's an eye doctor, and he's like, I'm with so-and-so. I just want them to say hi to you. I was talking about you. So as long as I pick up the phone, he's fine.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
As you dig deeper into information about you, Kaylee, there's some really interesting things about your family, too. So your dad, a musician, played keyboards with Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Yes, he was part of the Funky Bunch.
Wow.
Yes.
That's impressive. So then is Mark Wahlberg a part of your life at all? Have you ever met him or know him?
He used to come to our house to rehearse the whole Funky Bunch. He used to come
the
to
whole
the house.
friggin' Funky Bunch.
The whole Funky Bunch. They used to be like, I have two older brothers and like 8 years older than me, so they were like teenagers when they were coming over. So that was their in for all the girls, and they used to be outside with the signs. But he's had the same manager since my father's known him, so I still actually speak to him. I haven't done any projects with him yet, but I do.
So he knows that now acting is in. Obviously, you've gotten the acclaim, and obviously he is a mover and shaker and a producer.
Yep.
There's nothing as of yet, but we can assume that it might happen down the road.
I feel like it's inevitable. It has to. Like the Funky Bunch got to reunite via me.
Funky Bunch the movie.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, let's talk about Mercy because it stars Chris Pratt and Rebecca Ferguson, who's like a total crush of mine. I love her to death. But the concept of this looks pretty wild. It looks like the world is delved even deeper into lawlessness, and Chris Pratt's character tries to reel it in with this really radical idea of justice, right?
Correct.
Okay, can you explain a little bit about that?
Sure. It's called Mercy. So this concept is this Mercy Court is run by an AI judge, played by Rebecca Ferguson. And if you are caught and accused of a capital crime, then this AI, you go into this Mercy Court and you have 90 minutes to prove you're innocent. So you are guilty until proven innocent. And the thing is, you have the access of everything that was, to prove you guilty. You have access to all this information, to this municipal cloud that everybody has to register to. And if you can't prove your innocence, you can't get your innocent percentage below a certain percentage, then you're executed.
So no lawyer, nobody represents you.
No.
You have to present your case, and if you can't do it, they kill you right
and you
there on the
have
spot.
all the information, all CCTVs, phones, records, everything that you could prove your innocence if you are innocent.
As with true science fiction and effective science fiction and good speculative fiction, this is right on the cusp of where we are right now. Yes. Because, and I know Timur is I can't pronounce his last name.
Yeah.
Right, but he is, he's very visual. Mm-hmm. He's done stuff like this. And the incorporation of screens everywhere and cameras everywhere. I mean, even in the trailer, you see, this isn't a leap of logic or anything. This kind of surveillance exists now.
Absolutely.
Where you're getting scanned 9 million different ways when you walk outside. And he's Chris Pratt he's been accused of killing his wife. So there's an element of The Fugitive and a little bit of Minority. Oh, some solid movies here.
Yeah.
But the 90 minutes, what I didn't realize is that if you can't prove you're innocence, you're executed.
You're executed in
That's the gamble. Wow.
And what character do you play?
I play Detective Jack Diallo. I am Chris Pratt's partner.
Okay.
So I'm the only other one that's basically, he calls me he had in his 90 minutes to try to work the case and try to help him out. I'm the boots on the ground. I'm literally in the air. There's a thing called a quadcopter that I'm still trying to get from Amazon that I really want.
They look cool.
It's really cool. So I play his badass partner, Jack Diallo, and I'm trying to help him out in his 90 minutes.
Was he easy to get along with?
Absolutely.
I believe it.
He's one of those people that you hope he's like, you think he's like in person. And when you meet him, you're like, oh, man, he was really cool to work with.
So he's Star-Lord. He's
He's Star-Lord in the flesh. And even Rebecca Ferguson, we didn't have much work none of us really had work in the same space, especially me and Chris was mostly over like the phone and everything.
Yeah.
But she's hilarious.
Is she not so cool? We've had her here before, and I was a little intimidated before she came in because she's played some serious, intense roles. And she was loose and fun and just chill, man.
Really down to earth.
Yeah,
she also
cool.
does. If you've seen online, there's a meme of her biting her upper lip that has become legendary. But so with these people, you had a good experience with Jodie Foster as well.
I did.
But I was reading an interview with her. You're talking about being a realist and knowing that, people. Sometimes there's stories about people. Well, let me ask you, when Jodie Foster walks in the room and you're a young, this is one of your earliest jobs, do you get a little weak in the knees? Does your boxing help you to pull it together? How do you process one of the great actresses as a co-star of yours now?
And when she walked in the room, I've been a fan of Jodie since I was a kid. Silence of the Lambs. I loved Panic Room. All of this. Contact was my movie. So when I found out that I got the role, I was excited but terrified because they're like, Jodie Foster's going to sound like, what? I got nauseous. I'm like, oh my God, how do I even pull this off? But she walked in the room. I had 30 seconds. Like, oh my God. But in boxing, you have to play it cool. So I was like, hey, nice to meet you. Put my hand out. And she's so tiny, but she has this big presence about her. And she's so down to earth. She's kind. She's funny as well. So she was so interested in my process too. So I did have a moment, but then I held it together.
You pulled it back.
All right. I loved your season of True Detective. It was so great. It just kept me coming back for more. But as a newer actor, there's pretty intense sex scene in that you had to participate in.
There is.
Was that? That's all new to you. How uncomfortable, strange at first? You did a great job at it, but was it a lot of work to be able to pull that off?
Those scenes are nothing more than a choreographed dance. Honestly, there's nothing sexy about a sex scene. It's all, there's a million people in the room. There's specific points you have to hit. There was part of the storytelling is if it makes sense for the story, and it did for that character, I learned a lot. And I learned the choreograph, I learned the technicals part of it, and I had a very, it was a very comfortable scene as far as everybody being very supportive, including my scene partner, but there's nothing romantic about it. It's just a choreographed dance. It was like a real quick, and you get the job done, you move on kind of.
But I guess when you walk in at first, if you're like, oh God, this is going to be weird, but a couple minutes into it, it's work, right?
It's just all work.
Yeah.
There's nothing touching. There's not, there's a lot of space between things. So there wasn't, it was a very, being somebody who just started, being someone who's married, being all those boxes checked, I made sure that I understood everything and that it was going to be comfortable. Because if I wasn't comfortable with it, then I couldn't perform. So it's like I said, it's just a choreographed dance, and we got through it, and we moved the hell on. And I was like, thank God that day's over. I don't want to do this ever again.
Did you watch the series?
I did watch the series. I got to see before it came out, like the final cuts. I actually sat there. I watched it. I watched the first 3 episodes and then the last 3 during editing in 2 days, and it was just I was blown away by the whole series. I couldn't wait to see everybody else's work. We had an amazing cast, so I was really excited to see it. I read it, then seeing it. It especially being the subject it was around from the indigenous perspective. I was really proud of it. As long as the community that I'm representing, because although I'm indigenous, I'm not from Alaska. I'm not Dominican. I'm not Inuit. I'm not Nupiaq. I am what I am. But we had the support of the entire community, so I was really excited to see it.
That's great. And being in Alaska, one of the benefits had to be the Northern Lights.
Well, we shot got in Iceland.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You get Northern Lights there, too.
We get it big time. It was a blessing. We had so many people from Alaska and Greenland, some indigenous people that came over to kind of create this whole.
Is that right? Wow.
It was amazing. And then we actually.
I guess snow looks like snow wherever you are.
Snow is snow, man. Snow is snow. But we did go to Alaska in the summertime. Me, Jody, and my husband went to Alaska. They're like besties. It's actually hilarious. And
adorable.
yeah, and we went to Alaska for about a week just to kind of see these different towns that inspired this fake town innocent.
It's Alaska's a wild. I mean, obviously, in every sense of the word, it's like one of those places. One of the big first vacations my wife and I took was to Alaska, and you are. It is the ultimate contrast. You're seeing this beautiful terrain that were you out where you're looking, you'd be dead in a little bit of time. But, it's brutal and sublime at the same time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, which is so cool.
You mentioned being indigenous, and I apologize if I mispronounce this. Seekonk Wampanoag tribe?
Almost. Seekonk and Wampanoag.
Seekonk and Wampanoag.
Wampanoag, yeah.
Wow. With that community, with your high-profile nature now and rising up through boxing and now through acting, are you one of the more high-profile people to represent that indigenous group?
Absolutely, and it's very interesting because we won't go there, but our history doesn't teach us all the history. So what you learn about Native American history is not my history. I come from First Contact tribes. I come from New England, so it's an interesting thing when even in your own indigenous community where they question you because I'm mixed. I'm Cape Verdean. I'm Black. I have so many things, but I'm also indigenous, and I'm really proud of the tribe and the area I'm from. But I get questioned quite a lot.
That's so bizarre. So you lose a little bit of cred in some of the community because of you have mixed blood, so to speak.
Mixed blood, and also you get down to the federal recognition and state recognition and all that, and it's very a colonial type of way to think about. But where we come from, it's like who your people. That's how we identify.
Yeah.
But in today's age, we're so caught up with status.
Thank you very much, Mercy. You guys hungry?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
It's time for the Connoisseur.
All right, this morning we will be giving away some goodies. We have tickets as MMR rocks Rise Against on October 4th at the Fillmore. Do we also want to have a bonus pair of tickets in there, Casey?
I think so.
All right, where is the show tonight?
It's at Oceans Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
All right, we're talking about tickets to see Bert Kreischer tonight. So when we do the movie clips here in just a moment, just designate if you're interested in taking the Bert Kreischer tickets. We only want someone to take them who is going to actually make it to the show this evening. So keep that in mind. Otherwise, the show for Rise Against is not until October, so you got plenty of time to plan for that. But if you're up for a road trip tonight, headed to AC, going to the show.
Good show.
Let us know. You may be getting those. All right, so we're going to start with big news for the Philadelphia region. There will be 7 finalists at the 2026 James Beard Foundation Awards in Chicago this June that are from Philadelphia, largely considered to be the most prestigious honor in the American restaurant world. Philadelphia had 13 semifinalists across 8 categories when the first round of honors were announced in January, and it's already netted 1 win. So Oyster House was named an American Classic by the Beards in February. It's an award that celebrates local restaurants with, quote, timeless appeal that serves quality food and are beloved by their communities.
So, Marissa, is this the biggest year in a long time for the James Beard Award in Philadelphia restaurants?
Yeah, I mean, it's been, I feel like it spreads itself around, and Philly has definitely got highlighted this year. And a lot of our nominations are for national awards, not just local awards.
Terrific.
But you're mentioning Oyster House in there, Preston. They're celebrating 50 years in Philadelphia.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Really?
The Beard Award ceremony will take place June 15th at Chicago's Lyric Opera Theater. So here are the finalists. Kalaya, the Michelin-recommended Thai restaurant. We talked about that when the Michelin Awards were coming around, or when they were awarding the stars. They're in Kensington. Also in Kensington is Emmett, nominated for Best New Restaurant. By the way, Kalaya is nominated for Outstanding Restaurant. Best New Restaurant, Emmett is nominated for that. Fiore, the Italian bakery and cafe, is nominated for Outstanding Pastry Chef or Baker. And then we have the Lovers Bar at Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nominated in Outstanding Bar category. 3 nominees for Best Chef Mid-Atlantic. are also in our area. So you have Jesse Ito of South Philly's Royal Sushi and Izakaya. We have Amanda Schulman of Her Place Supper Club, and Omar Tate and Sybil St. Aud Tate of Honeysuckle, who are nominated for Best Chef Mid-Atlantic.
Awesome.
All three phenomenal restaurants, great people, and they all deserve this award.
Yeah. So is that something that, let's see, June 15th? I don't know if that's over a weekend. Would you take a road trip for that?
I would love to.
Yeah.
Because I think it's one of these experiences where you go and you sit down in a theater, and then afterwards there's parties. And leading up to it, there's different parties and food events and things like that.
Do you know enough people in the industry to maybe get a seat in any of those parties? Or?
Yeah, my co-host Eli is in that world. So, I've nudged him a few times that if he wants to send a correspondent out there, I would love to go.
Keep pushing.
Especially this year when there's a lot of Philly people nominated.
Yeah. And so obviously on the Connoisseur, we'll do a follow-up and we'll announce all the winners of that coming up in June.
Yeah.
So get yourself
And I always
set
like
for
to
that.
say, just because these restaurants got nominated, don't think that you can't get in there. Keep trying to keep supporting them. If you don't see a reservation, pick up the phone and call, because sometimes they'll have a table free.
Okay. All right. We are ready for our first clip for the Connoisseur this morning. And let's see if you can identify this. It'll have to do with food or drink. And if you want the Burt Kreischer tickets, make sure you let them know as you're calling in. Here we go.
$26,000 for one dinner.
No, this could be explained. The porterhouse from Argentina. The expensive champagne, the wine. We had to buy champagne. And you ordered all the sides. Tell them about the sides you ordered.
The sides, so... Sides?
Yeah.
Sides? $26,000 worth of sides? What are these sides? They cure cancer?
All right. 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know what that's from. And while we're waiting for your call, we'll get another order for you. So Iron Hill Brewery and Restaurant has announced that it's reopening its Center City location and in the very near future, mid-April. So they're expecting that to happen. The Market Street Brew Pub is the first of 5 locations slated for reopening. The Iron Hills in Huntington Valley, Wilmington, Hershey, and Lancaster are all set to follow. All of Iron Hill's locations closed abruptly, of course, back in September, and Iron Hill filed for liquidation bankruptcy in October after nearly 30 years in business. The regional chain, founded in Newark, Delaware, had more than $20 million in debt, about $125,000 in the bank.
Yeah, not good.
They're in a bad way.
I mean, I'm not any math whiz, but that doesn't seem like the way you want it.
The filing came after a period of rapid expansion under a new private equity owner. In recent years, Iron Hill had opened restaurants in South Carolina and Georgia, and they began canning their beer for sale and announced plans for a Temple University location. That never came to fruition. The bankruptcy left the region with more than a dozen vacant breweries. Former leadership included founder Mark Edelson, who used to be a regular on our show.
That's right.
Way back in the day of our program. Director of Operations Alexis London, Chef Walter Weddington III, Regional Brewer Matt Grundum, and General Manager Eric Manny are behind Iron Hill's rejuvenation.
Oh, that's so cool. It's like the OG team.
Yeah.
Well, I only know Mark Edelson.
Mark, yes.
I don't know the other crew here. The company has reincorporated as Right Lane LLC. The Enquirer reported on the transfer of Iron Hill's trademark and intellectual property to Right Lane in January. I hope that they can... Listen, I'll admit this, and we were friends with those guys for a long, long time, and I always loved Iron Hill. But the past few years of going there, the quality had gone way downhill.
I agree. Always loved Iron Hill. Always a go-to, but the menu took a bit of a hit.
Yeah, and I mean, just not necessarily what was on the menu items, but the actual food coming out of the kitchen.
Yeah.
I had, like 3 times I went, and I'm like, it's not that good anymore.
Right.
And I don't know where the misstep happened.
Don't know, but it used to be a guaranteed. You go and you'd have a really good meal.
Yeah.
Well,
So
listen,
if they
when
can
you
get back
have-
on that game, I think they can turn this around.
When you have multiple restaurants, your attention to detail kind of goes away. Also, the menu was rather large. I think you need to keep the menu a little bit smaller so you can focus better.
Breadsticks and mayonnaise.
Yeah, that's it. That's all
Man,
you need.
Keep it to that.
Yep.
Do that right.
Mark Edelson said that in a statement, Iron Hill was built on a simple promise: scratch-made food, craft beer, and elevated service in a casual, welcoming atmosphere. He said, the team and I are honored to bring that promise back to many of the communities that made Iron Hill home. Another representative promised new surprises with the reopening and that the goal is to bring back the guest experience that made Iron Hill a success. So hopefully they can turn this around.
They're talking about some new surprises. If they could appeal to the Sasquatch community,
Right.
a lot of people would check it out.
And then you have like Sax Squatch, be like an in-restaurant performer, happy hour, something like that.
I mean, it just takes care of itself.
Yeah. All right, we're looking for somebody who knows what movie this is from.
$26,000 for one dinner.
No, this could be explained. The porterhouse from Argentina. The expensive champagne, the wine. We had to buy champagne. And you ordered all the sides. Tell them about the sides you ordered.
the sides, Sides? $26,000 worth of sides? What are these sides? They cure cancer?
All right, we're going to go to JD, see if he knows the answer. Hey, JD, good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Or Gadzooks, either one you prefer. All right, JD, what movie is that from?
Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
It's now one of my absolute favorites, Wolf of Wall Street.
Hold on, JD. We are going to set you up with the ticket to see Bert Kreischer.
Hey!
He is good to go.
Yes,
Bert-
a pair of Bert Kreischer tickets for this Friday night show tonight at Ocean's Casino. You can check them out online and buy tickets at theoceanac.com.
So there you go. Hope you have a good time, JD. All right, we're going to queue up another one for you, and let's see if you know what movie this one's from.
I'll have one small glass of carrot juice.
Yeah, we don't have that here.
Then I will have nothing.
Great.
All right, 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know what that's from. All right, let's do another one. Casey, if you would, please. I'm going to have multiple stories in this particular segment, and it's all about... I have ice cream stories to share with you, and the first one comes with something special. So the Franklin Fountain, Philadelphia's beloved 1900s inspired ice cream institution, is kicking off the most unique project yet. They have 26 brand new, super limited edition experimental flavors that are dropping monthly this spring and summer. And I had planned on bringing this up in the Connoisseur as it was. And then Marissa had said, hey, the guys, Franny and Ryan and the gang over at Franklin Fountain had reached out to Marissa and was like, we have these new flavors. You guys want to try them out? And I'm like, I was going to talk about that already.
How cool.
Do we want to try them out? Hell yes, we want to try them out.
Yeah.
So they have an ice cream charcuterie board flight starting today that you can get.
All right.
And so here's the thing. The flavors are incredibly unique.
Okay.
They are not something you go, oh, wow.
I've been waiting to have that.
So we have, and should I rattle off the flavors?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so we have elderberry goat cheese, caramelized garlic toffee, olive oil. See, I told you.
Yeah.
Fig. Now that one sounds really good.
Yeah.
Figs are kind of sweet.
I wasn't mad at the first two.
Olive oil sounds good too.
And then there is a brie flavored ice cream.
I like my brie.
And then Moliterno, which I'm not familiar with.
I'm not familiar with that either.
So we're going to have to try these out. But I've tried olive oil ice cream before, or at least ice cream with olive oil put on it. I don't get it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I don't get it. Do you like it?
Yeah, on like an olive oil cake, I think it's really good as like an accompaniment to something.
Olive oil, the ice cream on an olive oil cake? Or
Yes.
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, ice cream
Okay.
on a cake or something like that.
Okay. So what do we have here? What flavor is
That is the caramelized. Hang on, it says it on the box.
All right.
What's on the box?
This is the caramelized garlic toffee. And I guess we'll pass these around.
Yeah.
Is that how this is going to work? Because there's 4 spoons in here.
Okay. All right.
Thank
So
you.
I'm going to sample this. You talk for a moment, Casey.
All right.
Or somebody else talk for a minute.
All right. This is, which one is this?
This is a caramelized garlic toffee.
Okay, so what they've done is they've taken garlic and put toffee over that.
Oh, they toffied the actual chunks of garlic.
That's what it feels like. That's what it
Oh.
tastes like. So you do get the sweet of the toffee. I'm dripping.
I am tasting the garlic.
Place.
It's like garlic bread, ice cream.
Yeah,
It's wild.
So, and did you get the
I did.
the toffee?
Yes.
So either that, Marissa, or the ice cream is flavored garlic, and then they have pieces of toffee in there. I can't quite tell.
Yeah, you know what? It's unique.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure where I stand on that if I get a cone with it, but it's not bad.
All right. Upon the garlic hitting my taste buds, I was like, that doesn't fit with ice cream. But now that the toffee and the creaminess has settled in, I can see how it works. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
And the more you chew on the little garlic chunks, you can taste the toffee, and then it kind of like unveils the garlic. I think it's fun.
And the more you realize we're all just running out of time on this earth, you enjoy it more.
I didn't get around to chewing on the garlic because I'm not down with this.
You're not
Okay, not for you.
No, it didn't taste bad, but I didn't want to take it any further. I did not want to be chewing on garlic.
All right. So are you still eating the garlic?
Nope. I just tried the olive oil.
Olive oil. Now you're
So
not.
are we going to pass this around?
Yeah, is this all we got here?
So it's just that one container. It's actually like a little flight, 4 little flavors.
Oh, I like the fact that they have it this way.
Mm-hmm.
The olive oil is good. The brie.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't.
No? All right.
Not for me. And I am a fanatic about brie.
So I like brie and apricot. Brie cheese baked with it. Yeah.
Doesn't fit with ice cream for me personally. All right, the fig. Let me give you that. Yes, down with the fig.
Down with the figness.
Yes. Moliterno. I'm going to try this, which I don't know what that is. So this
That's
is
when you throw like a flaming thing at a building.
That's a Molotov cocktail.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So this would be like the mystery flavor.
All right, mystery. The mystery.
Whoa.
Are we in love?
That's a cheese.
Are we chubbing?
Okay, so it's a sheep's milk cheese.
Yeah.
It's the one with like the little dark lines in it, Preston.
I don't see dark lines. It just looks plain.
That's what the cheese looks like.
We appreciate that they sent them over, but we should have each of us should have a flight. Right?
Here you go, Casey.
So-
I'm going to hand it to Steve now.
And we should have a warehouse full of this.
So, Steve, these are very limited runs.
No kidding.
So you kind of have to go there early to get these, apparently.
So this is definitely for the person with an adventurous palate and wants to try some unique flavors. I can still taste the garlic. I can still taste it. That was the first one I tried. What do you think of the olive oil, Steve?
Again, I don't recoil and oh my God, it's just like, would that be an ice cream I would have?
You got to think about it for a minute.
Yeah,
You got to
I
see
have
if
to
those.
think about it's the wedding night and I'm Popeye and there's olive oil out in the bed. Am I going to enjoy eating that?
Try the brie. Try the brie. I want to get your reaction on that because you do love a good brie.
I do love a good brie.
It didn't quite work for me personally.
Where's brie on this?
Right
Let's
by
see.
your left pointer finger is
here?
brie.
Oh,
Yep.
yes. I'm sorry, Marissa. Thank God you have a brain.
Did we get the elderberry goat cheese too, or is that the one that's missing?
It's not here.
It's not here. Okay. All right.
Brie,
Not quite, right?
no.
Okay.
And then the final one is the,
Did you try the fig?
no, I did not try the fig.
The fig's good. That's me. I don't want
That's
to
a darker one, I believe.
taint.
Down with the figness.
Yep. That's what it should be called. Down with the figness. Yep.
I agree.
Yeah,
that works the best.
that's good,
I'm a
isn't
big
it?
Fig Newton fan.
Okay.
There's none of them make me recoil. I think they may.
It's a glowing review from Steve Morrison.
But you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
it may be someone's. Oh, I love that flavor combination.
Well, and that's it. And this is for those who are adventurous and want to try something truly unique out in the world of ice cream. There, by the way, Franklin Fountain is an amazing place, and you can. I mean, the flavors are just c'est magnifique.
I can see why these are. They have smaller quantities because they are very adventurous. But again, I like the fig a lot. You know what? Now that I'm getting sort of the back taste of the brie.
Yeah.
That might work.
It's working for you.
Yeah.
So doors open at 11 today. Only flights and pints. Only a handful have been made. So this is first come, first served. It's going to sell out. When they're gone, they're gone. So if you want to try something that's outside of the ordinary, then this is what you need to go do is get there right away because they're going to be gone quickly.
I just went back for olive oil.
Yeah.
This is my favorite of all of them.
Okay.
Really?
It's really adventurous. It tastes like very herbaceous and fun. I would eat a whole cone of that. I
So
think it's really good.
For the coming months, look for a tea flight, which will include hydrangea, London fog, chai, and honeysuckle. Then baked goods. This is the one I want to be in on. Okay. Pomegranate scones, blueberry cobbler,
Yeah.
banana bread,
Yeah.
there, and lemon bar. And then they're going to dabble with herbs, and that flight will include thyme, rosemary, sage, and basil. And also don't miss the new Caprese ice cream pints this May, which are made with the chef's own mozzarella, crafted from scratch, and it will create the ice cream base and a sweetened basil sauce as well.
Preston, you're not able. Obviously, you're reading out the menu items there, but Casey's taking a very thoughtful deep dive into these.
Well, yeah.
Any conclusions?
Believe it or not, so far, and I haven't done them all yet. The brie has been my favorite.
All right. Okay. So, see, it's all in the eye. It's in the tongue of the taster.
The mouth of the eye.
Yeah. Or the tongue of the taster.
Yeah. All four of these in the flight, Marissa. I enjoy these. The garlic, I didn't hate the flavor or the taste. I just didn't appreciate the garlicness of it all.
Yeah.
But these, so funny enough, this brie one, I really enjoyed that.
So it starts today at Franklin Fountain, and all flavors, quantities, times, and launch details will be posted on social media about 3 to 5 days ahead of each debut for those who want to sample.
The rest of these?
They're very good, but it's hard.
No, I'm good, buddy.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I have another ice cream story. Baskin-Robbins debuted its Dubai chocolate-inspired lineup of ice cream flavors for a limited time in November, and fans went crazy while it was available, so much so that they are bringing back the collection for April and May. The Baskin-Robbins pistachio chocolate bar ice cream features a mix of pistachio and chocolate ice creams, pistachio pieces, and chocolate crunch swirls. The Dubai chocolate shake has pistachio chocolate bar ice cream, pistachio sauce, and fudge drizzle around the cup. And there's a topping of whipped cream, kadif, and more pistachio sauce. They're also rolling out the Dubai chocolate cake in a box. This new item features a rich chocolate cake that's a base topped with fudge and a slab of pistachio chocolate bar ice cream sandwiched between layers of pistachio and kadif mix.
So at the core of it, where do you stand on Dubai chocolate? You fan? No?
I think it's good.
Yeah, I think it's
I don't
good.
think it's the greatest thing I've ever tasted, which some people really love. And you guys know me, pistachio is my favorite flavor of ice cream.
Yeah.
But I think it's really good.
So Panera has these pistachio... these Dubai chocolate cookies.
Oh, yeah?
Obviously, some pistachios in it. They're not bad, but I think this is the menu item du jour now.
It is, for sure. All right, and then one more. Little Debbie is teaming up with Hudsonville Ice Cream for a new version of their fan favorite oatmeal cream ice cream bars. Yeah. Do you like the little oatmeal patties?
You and I
love
love those
them.
oatmeal patties.
And so I love the idea of the ice cream, novelty being made with this. So they're being released after Hudsonville's Little Debbie oatmeal pie ice cream. They garnered rave reviews from fans, including one saying, legit one of the best ice cream sandwiches I've ever had. The new ice cream bars are similar to sandwiches and feature vanilla creme flavored ice cream. Along with real pieces of Little Debbie's signature oatmeal cookie. The new bars were tried by a food blogger, 1 Second Scoop, who said it's a little chewy, but tastes just like you would imagine they would taste, and they are a fun treat that I will be buying again. They are on store shelves now, but they're only available through the summer, so grab them while you can. All right, that's the last ice cream story. Let's see if somebody knows what movie this clip is from.
I'll have 1 small glass of carrot juice.
Yeah, we don't have that here.
Then I will have nothing.
Great.
All right, we are going to go to, let's see, we got Todd, who's our caller. Hey, Todd, morning, man.
Morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
All good, brother. Name that movie.
That is from Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny.
Absolutely, sir. Hold on, and we will get your info and set you up with a pair of tickets for Rise Against October 4th at Fillmore, Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Let's cue up a new movie clip, and this one is about food or drink. What's it from?
No way. You know how big a guy's gonna do that? F***ing huge.
Oh, really? I might just be wanting a bagel with my coffee.
I ain't getting him no f***ing bagel.
All right, 610-660-9333. Call if you know the answer. And now it's time for this. We got your fast food roundup here on the Connoisseur. And we're going to start with Popeyes. Popeyes is offering 2 chicken sandwiches and a regular side for $12. That's through April 6th. So that's only through
the
this
time is
weekend.
running out. What are we doing here?
Participating locations, and you can redeem the deal on the Popeyes app or at Popeyes.com. And you need to know that the bacon and cheese sandwich and homestyle mac and cheeses are excluded from the deal. Sorry about that. Popeye's famous chicken sandwiches feature a marinated, seasoned, crispy chicken breast filet topped with barrel-cured pickle slices, classic or spicy mayo, and sandwiched between 2 toasted brioche buns.
They had one of those highly in-demand chicken sandwiches in the chicken sandwich wars of about 2 years ago.
Yeah, well, especially the spicy one.
The spicy one, yeah.
Yeah, that was the one that you remember that virally took off.
Yeah.
Where people were like almost fighting to get them. And they just opened a Popeyes in my little town of Harleysville, which I'm blown away by, and I haven't been to it yet.
I always liked Popeyes. I've always enjoyed Popeyes. The one Popeyes that I remember in the area is there was one in the Plymouth Meeting Mall, was there not?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I had one near me, and it closed down. And I was really bummed out
You love your chicken and Popeyes.
I loved my chicken and Popeyes so much that I didn't care that the guy working the register was miserable.
I thought that's where that was.
So he was miserable all the time, and I didn't care. The chicken was so good, and it went away, but it came back. And so now there's a Popeyes in the Manoa Shopping Center.
Is the guy happier now?
I haven't seen that guy. And from what I understand, I think it's the same ownership. But I haven't run into that guy. In fact, the last time I went, which was 2 weeks ago, the lady there was super pleasant.
There you go. By the way, that should be a topic sometime. Where's a place that the food is so good that you deal with the a-holes that work there just because the food is good? Ryan?
My example of that, there's a Popeyes down the street here near the Target on Monument Road. Man, I swear, it's like the hatred of that building makes that chicken so good. I cannot explain it.
It actually makes it taste better.
It is.
Our secret ingredient is hate.
It's marinated in despair and disdain.
Yes.
All right, so that is available, like I said, through April 6th. Another fast food story is about Chick-fil-A. And too much screen time is a problem for a lot of people, and select Chick-fil-A locations are offering an incentive for families to do something about that. It's called the Family Phone Coop Challenge. A cardboard basket, like you'd be served a chicken dinner in, is provided where everyone is encouraged to drop in their phones and close it up. The goal is to encourage more face-to-face time and less doom scrolling and gaming. So those who participate in the challenge are rewarded with free ice cream. Ice cream! I could have put that in the ice cream segment.
So do you get this receptacle for your table? How does it work?
Yeah. Yeah, though I guess if you tell them you want to be a part of it, they give it to you, then you do it, and then they give you the free ice cream.
When was the last time you dined in at a fast food restaurant? Not even fast casual, because you and I had Shake Shack a couple of weeks ago.
And
that does not count. Yeah.
Fast casual. Very good question, Casey. I can't think of the last time I sat down in a McDonald's or a Burger King or Wendy's or any of that.
I think the last time I sat down was at you probably saw it, Preston, it was in Austria. It was in
When you did the cruise, the top cruise?
Sound of Music, Strasbourg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And right?
No, not Strasbourg. I'll think of it in a second.
What am I having a brain fart? Anyway, delightful. Yeah, and they had this McDonald's, and we just needed something quickly, and I sat down in the McDonald's.
Okay.
That was the last time.
I think, Casey, the last time was I was visiting my mom, and the nursing home she lives in across the street is a Wendy's.
Okay.
And I was taking a little break and going to get a bite to eat, so I just sat over there and ate in the Wendy's.
I didn't think that I had in years, and then I remembered going to the Taco Bell Cantina in Vegas.
All
So
right.
they have expanded their Taco Bell footprint, and it's more of like a restaurant-y vibe.
Does it have a drive-through?
No. So it doesn't count?
Doesn't count.
It's on the strip.
Doesn't count. Yeah. Because if you don't have any choice, right? Because you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And by the way, these are my rules. I made up this game.
Yeah.
Okay. So they had this at the challenge originated with the Georgia location in 2016 and pops up from time to time at various locations.
I like that concept.
Yeah. All right, and then one last fast food story. Arby's has just launched a new sandwich option for the French dip Royale, available now at participating locations. It's a dippable sandwich that features thinly sliced roast beef, or slicely thin.
Slicely thin. More thin slicely.
Topped with melted provolone cheese, seasoned caramelized onions, garlic aioli, and steak seasoning, served on a toasted roll. The new French dip Royale is available as an a la carte item for a suggested price. And it's $7.89, or as a combo meal that includes a choice of medium side and medium drink. $12.49 is what that'll set you back. It's available now for a limited time at participating Arby's locations nationwide, by the way. All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this clip is from.
No way. You know how big a guy's gonna do that? F***ing huge.
Oh, really? I might just be wanting a bagel with my coffee.
I ain't getting him no f***ing bagel.
Salzburg, Stevie. Steve, I just thought of that.
Yes.
Stevie. Stevie. Let's go to the phones, and we have Laurel who is joining us. Hey, Laurel.
Yanni.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Laurel, name that movie.
Boondock Saints.
Yeah. Boondock Saints. And we are going to give you that pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Rise Against on October 4th. That's what I saw, the 4 at Fillmore, Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, by the way. All right, let's queue up another one. And what's this from?
Come on now, baby. My little filet mignon with a little fat around the edges. I like that. I like a little fat on my steak, my sweet, juicy steak.
All right.
That's so good.
610-660-9333. Call if you know the answer. Order up. Last weekend, a single bottle of 1945 Domaine de la Romane Conti sold for a jaw-dropping $812,500 at the annual Le Palais auction for Acker, the world's largest fine wine auction house and America's oldest wine merchant on Manhattan's Upper West Side. And according to Forbes, this sale broke the former world record set for the most expensive bottle sold at auction, which had been set by a bottle of the same beverage in 2018. That one sold for $558,000. This one eclipsed it.
Nice increase.
Yeah.
I just wish that there was some sort, and listen, it's your money. You can spend it however you want. But when you buy something like that for that kind of money, then you have to match that and donate it to a food bank or something. You know what I mean?
I'd say donate the bottle of wine to the food bank.
Yeah, that would be nice too.
Yeah.
It's a tremendous waste of money.
Yes.
You know, and
again, listen, you earned your money, or maybe you didn't. I don't know. But it's your money. You can spend it however you want. But it is just so opulent.
So is the case here? The wine would get, the more it ages, the better it's going to be, right? I'm not that well schooled in the science of wine.
At some point, they peak,
right,
and then it starts to head the other direction.
Right.
And sometimes, Steve, you don't know until you open it.
Right. Could taste like
But
piss.
they can somewhat predict.
Okay.
The winemakers can, from what I understand.
And they believe this has not yet peaked or has peaked?
Don't know about this one. So, and sometimes it's a story behind the bottle that will also push that big number up there. A representative from Acker said in a statement that this pretty penny of a purchase.
Oh, that's alliterative.
Cements the 1945 vintage as the most coveted bottle in the history of wine collecting. While Acker would not disclose who purchased the bottle, the merchant did share that the vino was initially sourced from the personal cellar of Robert Druhin, one of the most noted names in Burgundy, who ran the French wine house Maison Joseph Durin for nearly half a century.
It's funny, it doesn't look Druish.
A Druish princess. This particular wine is a standout due to it being the last wine made before Romane Conti had replanted its oldest vines, which had survived both world wars. The vineyard only produces red wine, mainly from the Pinot Noir grape, and makes between $5,000 and $6,000 annually, though only around 600 were of this 1945 variety.
If these vines survived both world wars, we should have been making the tanks out of them.
That's true. All right, we are going to play this one more time, see if somebody knows.
Come on now, baby. My little filet My little filet mignon with a little fat around the edges. I like that. I like a little fat on my steak, my sweet, juicy steak.
All right, we go to Dan to try to get the answer. Hi, Dan, good morning.
Hey, Preston, you guys rock.
Oh, love you, Dan. Thanks. All right, what's that movie?
That is Madagascar.
Yeah. Absolutely. Hang on, Dan, as you get those tickets to see Rise Against October 4th at the Fillmore in Philadelphia. We have one last clip to play, and here it is.
Ain't got no sugar.
You ain't got no sugar? Damn! Y'all ain't never got two things that match. Either y'all got Kool-Aid, no sugar, peanut butter, no jelly, ham, no burger. Damn.
All right, 610-660-9333. Call if you know the answer. Order up. And this last story is about Costco. Costco is moving on multiple fronts to bring sales of wine, beer, and canned cocktails to stores in Pennsylvania. They sell booze all over the country at Costco's. The Warehouse Club, which has sold more than $3 billion of wine nationwide in 2024, recently won approval to transfer a liquor license from the former Pizzeria Uno in Doylestown Township to its store in Jacksonville and Street Roads in Warminster in Bucks County. And it is also pursuing alcohol sales at its stores in Cranberry Township, Butler County, and King of Prussia as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Matt Core was telling me that he gets his wine at Costco, but I think he had to go to Delaware to get it. Sorry, Matt, you're breaking the law. But there is one. I will go to the one in King of Prussia from time to time, but mainly I go to the one in Glen Mills.
Yeah, the closest ones that sell alcohol are Christiana and Edison, New Jersey.
Okay.
No kidding.
Yeah.
At a March 5th hearing before the Warminster Township Board of Supervisors, Costco's attorney, Gregory Zalar of Flaherty and O'Hara, said that the store would not operate a bar, sell draft beer or mixed drinks, offer happy hour, or permit outdoor drinking. Most sales, he said, would be bottles and canned products to go, as is now common at supermarkets with restaurant liquor license. Any on-premises consumption would be limited to the seating area as required under state law. Zalar said that Costco would scan customers' identification and that trained employees and licensed manager would oversee sales.
Costco could, if they wanted to, though, have a little area, right? Because
little beer garden or
have
something?
little, they sell wine and they have little areas to sit and
little
imbibe.
tasting areas?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of my Costco. It is pretty packed. Yeah, I'm sure they could get rid of some real estate within that warehouse and find a little spot for you.
Yeah.
It's great, though. If you're throwing a party and you can go to Costco, they have great selections of wines and liquors. And it's the same thing with the foods, where it's like this is secretly made by the same plant somewhere. And they do their own brand of vodka and things like that are really good.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You're talking about the Kirkland Signature brand?
Yes.
It's not known if they plan to work with the state to carry that, because that is not offered for sale by Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board. So we'll have to see how that works out.
Exactly. Do you have to buy it in bulk?
No.
Like a 50-gallon drum.
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
Vodka.
What size? Like, do they have different sizes of bottles, or is it
you can buy a fifth? Maybe.
You know what? I'm not sure about the Kirkland Signature brand, because we just have like a really big vodka one. But you can just go in and buy one bottle of wine.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the bottle of wine, like, because
It's regular sized.
It's regular size.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Because you would think with Costco being the way they sell that maybe half gallon is the smallest you could get for like vodka or whatever you're drinking. I don't know how they'll work that out, but they're working on it. It's really difficult and expensive to get liquor licenses in this state. A liquor license in Warminster has a fair market value of about $350,000 to $385,000. One in Upper Marion can sell for about $410,000, by the way. So they are looking into it. All right, let's play the clip and see if we can get a winner.
Ain't got no sugar.
You ain't got no sugar? Damn! Y'all ain't never got two things that match. Either y'all got Kool-Aid, no sugar, peanut butter, no jelly, ham, no burger. Damn!
All right, we're going to Timmy to see if we can get that answer. Hi, Timmy. Good morning.
We've got Bush.
Oh, yeah, nice.
We've got Bush.
That sounded excellent.
We've got Bush.
Timmy, name the movie.
That would be a No Sad Bro Friday.
Well done, Timmy. And you get the last pair of tickets for Rise Against. October 4th, the Fillmore Philadelphia tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. And just when you thought we were done, it is time for the Connoisseur Encore with Marissa Magnata.
For tasting more, it's encore.
Joe, I love you.
Oh, damn it.
We have to do it again.
Do it again.
Yep.
We were ready. I'm ready for you.
The Connoisseur Encore. We'll never get this right.
One day.
With Marissa Magnata.
For tasting more, it's encore.
Oh, there it is.
Amazing. Oh, yay. Thank you very much, everybody. My story today is from one of our favorite places, Farina DeVita. It's a hoagie joint in Queen Village, and they make these luscious, delicious hoagies on great fresh bread, but they're always filled with like prosciutto and capicola and Italian hoagies and cutlets.
Ginnichetti?
Yes, exactly. They do have some in the fridge in the back, actually, Steve. They do make some great veggie hoagies, but on April 20th, they are teaming up with their neighbors, a vegan restaurant called Fitz on 4th, and they are going to be doing a 3-course fully plant-based meal.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a sit-down meal at Fitz on 4th. It kicks off with a Boston Bib salad, shaved fennel, radish, peppercini, garlic, herb dressing. And then you can choose from, as your main course, a vegan meatball parm, which has fresh cashew mozzarella and vegan meatballs, or a lion's mane bronco, which is flash-fried lion's mane mushrooms, sautéed spinach, parmesan, and more of that cashew mozzarella on a fresh seeded roll to take on their famous bronco chicken cutlet. And then dessert is chocolate pâtes de crème, sea salt, Grenache olive oil, or a cannoli ice cream.
And it's all vegan.
And it's all vegan.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so you make your reservations. You can go through Fitz on 4th and do it through their reservation service. I think it's $45 for this whole meal.
That's pretty damn good.
Sit down. I highly recommend you go with a couple people because then you can split the hoagies and switch them off, and so you can try both of them. And Peroni Beer is going to be sponsoring it, so they'll be giving out complimentary beers, NA options, and regular ice-cold Peronis for the evening. So April 20th, Farina DeVita and Fitz on 4th.
Excellent. And that is the Connoisseur for this week, my friend. Thank you for joining us. All right, music from new music from a band whose name I haven't said in a long time, Social Distortion.
Oh, no way.
Have not
Love
heard
it.
this yet. So when we return, we'll have some brand new music for you. We'll come back, also get to the bizarre files. So we're returning shortly.
The blood quantum and all this other stuff. So it's an interesting thing, but all I ever do is just try to bring awareness to our people, no matter who's it. My slogan, or quote unquote slogan, I kind of went with boxing is fight for all nations. I do exactly in that ring what we've done for centuries. So
I think there've been a handful of people who have been, who have been indigenous, who've gone on to acting. Graham Greene,
Yep.
right? Yeah, and in Josie Wales, another one, but they were few and far between. So do you feel a little bit of the weight of that on you, or is it something that you...
It's pride.
It's pride, yeah.
I mean, as of right now, too, Lily Gladstone, she's the first
That's
indigenous
right.
person to win a Golden Globe. She's I would like to say actor friend of mine, and just another known woman that's intelligent, very, very talented. So I feel like I'm amongst many because, unfortunately, there are so many artists out there, so many actors that we don't know much of. But I feel like we're in a time where you're going to start seeing a lot more, especially after Reservation Dogs, which is such a great series. And there's so many, indigenous actors, creators, directors, writers, everything. So I think, swinging the door open and holding it open for all these artists to come through.
Did you watch The Lowdown or see anything about The Lowdown?
I started The Lowdown. I love Starlin. Starlin's a friend of mine, and he got a second season coming, so I didn't finish it, but it's good.
So it's funny you say, how do you phrase it? Which people are you? What people are you?
I'm from the Wampanoag. So
no, is that how you identify? When you see somebody else?
Who are your people?
Who are your people? Who are your people?
Who are your
Okay.
people?
So we have something similar here. It's what's your parish?
I like that.
So now that you live in the Philadelphia area, it's what's your parish?
All right, I got it.
It's what's your parish, who's your people, who's your daddy. Those are the three.
Okay. All right. I like that. I'm going to remember that now.
I wanted to ask because of obviously you had you did actually study criminology for a little bit. Was that something that you? And so obviously that fit into the True Detective. With Mercy, is there a lot of tech talk that you're responsible for, or because it's high tech stuff?
Yeah.
Is that something that can be because we're big fans of the show The Pit, and that's all medical stuff. Do you look at that on the page and go, "Oh, mother of God," or do you take to it pretty quickly?
We had the benefit of working with actual LAPD homicide detectives and actually really picking their brains and understanding, especially because me and Chris weren't in the same room. We had to understand what our partnership was like.
Right.
So we picked their brains as far as technical stuff. How would you guys treat each other? And we did a deep dive into that. But there were on the page like, I gotta say, what around who? So it was just more or less like, okay, if this is an everyday thing, this should sound like you said it a million times. Like, what do you guys do? So I look to the ones who've done it before, and going back to The Pit, I love that show and I will only watch it with my best friend who is actually, she is an emergency room tech. So I watch it with her and I get schooled. It's like amazing. So I like to be around people who actually do the thing.
Like schooled in a good way? Like she's correcting things or she's like, that's
No, she said this is probably one of the best shows she's seen that gets it right.
Good.
Oh, wow.
Well, she's probably a good interpreter for you because
Yes,
most
I'm
of the
like,
stuff
what
that
is
you
that?
totally. Yeah.
I'm like, what is it? She's like, well, so, and she loves her job and she loves her job and she's like one of my heroes, I swear to God. So, but she's explaining it and so happily. So I'm like, I don't know what the sucking the blood thing does. What does that do? Yeah.
But then also, when the doctors listen, there was a tragedy that happened in that first season, but there's also something kind of funny with a fork in that first season. But I had this thing happen to me I was in the emergency room for like a little tum-tum, and so we have a doctor, but somebody came in with a gunshot. And the doctor was so mad that they were stuck with us that they didn't get the cool thing.
Yeah, that's what she's like.
Yeah.
When the thing that happens in the film, ruin it for anybody. She's like, oh my God, I would wish I could be. And I understand. She's like, I sound morbid, but she's like, because she loves to help people, and so I understand that. It's a crazy show.
But it's the things you do to have to. Both my brothers were law enforcement at some level, and there's certain things you have to do you see so much that you have to be able to shear off when you go home at the end of the day. So those, whether they call it gallows humor or whatever, it's how you survive. Seeing all that stuff.
That's what Chris would be talking about. Like, especially his character. His character loses a partner, and that enforces us to become partners. So just talking with actual homicide detectives, or even his brother was part of it. He was our kind of like our consultant. And he helped me a lot to really understand where you store that, where it comes from, where it comes up. He's in that situation.
All right, so Kaylee, if you're just tuning in, it's Kaylee Reese who is joining us, and we're talking about the movie Mercy, which opens in theaters tomorrow. Chris Pratt and Rebecca Ferguson star along with Kaylee. You mentioned The Pit. All right, what movie about boxing would you say is one of the more authentic ones that you've seen? Since The Pit is a good representation of that world, what in the world of boxing, from your experience, do you think kind of gets it right?
I would say obviously Raging Bull is is a classic. It gets it right. But I will say that the first Creed and the newer Creed, especially the first one, and I will say where they got me really, and I was like, they got it right. Okay, they had real boxers, they had real announcers, they had real belts. But the realest part of Creed 1 was when he had his gloves on when he was first fighting, and he was like,
cut him off?
No, he said, I got to go to the bathroom with his gloves on. I was like, dude, how many times did that happen? So they got it right because they were dealing with actual fight. They used, I think, one of my cut men in one of them.
Is that right?
Going to real gyms, and Creed got it right, man.
Yeah. Okay. Did you ever see Cinderella Man?
I have.
A lot of boxers I've heard, and obviously sometimes you'll go on these YouTube channels where professional boxers or whatever, lawyers, or if the Preston sent me a clip of a doctor for addressing The Pit. Did that seem to resonate correct?
The story, the story and why he even got his journey and even outside of boxing, because a lot of times they don't touch outside of the ring, and
which is the real story.
That's the real story.
Yeah.
So I think there's quite a few. I mean, obviously the first Rocky, then the fourth Rocky is my favorite, and as a kid I thought anytime I seen HBO the Rocky's coming on. But there are, the one thing that bothers boxers the most in any boxing movie is not the story, it's the actual boxing. Like $1 Million Baby, I was just like, bro.
Really?
Oh my, and then when she got the stool thing, that's when they lost me. I mean, it was a good movie, whatever, but the boxing, I was like, oh, they should have called me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and that last fight she has, the other boxer, I'm like, they would have dropped her from the sport for doing that stuff. Period.
Yeah, and
line.
that was Lucy Arikas. She's one of my idols, and I was like, they should have called me.
I could have done that so much better.
There's such a difference between the first Rocky and then the subsequent ones where they're no one blocks a punch. You know, which was one of the things that you'll see in Raging Bull.
Hands are down.
The hands are down.
Yeah.
And you were the first, correct me if I'm wrong, the first female boxer on HBO.
I was.
Wow. So that is pretty amazing.
Yeah, and I'm so upset they stopped boxing. I mean, they only had one other show, maybe up until December of that same year. But they stopped boxing a whole on HBO.
I loved their coverage of boxing. I thought it was great. They had a great group, and yeah, I used to watch that all the time.
I was lucky enough to get on there before. I'd be the first female fighter, and then I started in one of their shows. So I'm not the only, but I believe I'm the first boxer, male or female, that's ever fought on a network and starred in the show.
That's pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can I ask about your facial piercings?
Yes.
So if you haven't seen Kaylee before, she has piercings in her cheeks. Obviously not in the movie, although you did wear them in True Detective, which I thought was pretty cool. They look like they hurt.
I mean, if you shoved a nail through your cheek, I'm sure it would. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't my most painful piercing, but I've had these for like 15 years, and I've boxed with them in and everything.
Do are the connections on the inside of your mouth?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, it's just like a big bar. I've had the weirdest questions, but I've had them all the time. Like, if you take them out and you put water in your mouth, does it squirt out? I'm like, and yes, I've tried, and no, it doesn't.
Okay. Wait, you leave him in when you fight?
So when I actually fight, I have to take everything out. But when I spar, the cheek protectors from the headgear, they go right over, and I wear a mouthpiece so it doesn't hurt my teeth, and I just tape them up. People think I'm nuts, but it works.
Let me ask: is taking them out a personal choice, or is it the rules of boxing that you cannot?
It's a rules. You cannot have anything. You can't have anything piercing. So my husband is also my boxing manager and also a cut man. He does everything. He'll put like the adrenaline on them so they don't bleed or anything, and then I'll put them right back in.
Compare and contrast that to. I assume you've been cut periodically, right?
A very small cut.
Okay, and not a walk in the park, I assume, correct? Or is it so numb from the punching that you don't really feel it?
You don't. People always ask me, does it hurt when you get punched? I'm like, no. The day after, you feel like you got hit by a truck. It's not like stubbing your toe. You want to like go kick a baby when you stub your toe. It's crazy. But no, it hurts after the fact. You don't really, you're so numb and from the adrenaline and what's going on, you don't have time to think, ow, I need a minute. You hurt me. I mean, it's boxing. You're going to get hit. It's
How do
going to
you
suck.
not flinch? How do you not flinch?
It's just, it's an art to me. It's always, it's never been, when I started when I was a teenager, and, you can't drive angry, but you can't do anything angry. You can't think clearly. You have to think clearly when you're fighting, and it's an art. You have to be calm. You have to have fun in there. Like, it's a chess game. It's a dance. You have to be
another run at Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
So a suspect was recently arrested in connection with a South Tacoma shooting in which a juvenile was shot after he and three friends threw water balloons at vehicles.
So he shot him?
Yeah, it was in Tacoma. Officers responded for reports of a shooting. As they arrived, they found four juvenile boys inside a vehicle. One of them realized that he had been shot. Officers immediately provided medical aid until personnel from the Tacoma Fire Department arrived and transported the victim to a local hospital. The preliminary investigation determined that the juveniles had been driving through Tacoma and throwing water balloons at passing vehicles. One of the vehicles that was struck pursued the juveniles, and the suspect eventually confronted the group, robbed them at gunpoint, and then shot one of the passengers before fleeing the scene.
Probably didn't have any water balloons on him.
Over the course of the investigation, detectives identified a 31-year-old man as a suspect. And on March 20th, the suspect and an associated adult woman were taken into custody. The woman was later released after being questioned. The man was booked on charges of attempted murder in the first degree, robbery in the first degree, and unlawful imprisonment as well. 4 additional counts of felony harassment were added, each carrying a firearm enhancement. So, yeah, water balloon versus gun.
Yeah.
A Fort Wayne, Indiana man is accused of lewd conduct at a local Hobby Lobby store. Actually, a few of them. David Sewell is charged with misdemeanor public indecency. He's accused of exposing and pleasuring himself in front of a Hobby Lobby employee in January.
That's where you're supposed to go for your hobby stuff.
Earlier this month, the employee identified Sewell during a photo array. During an interview with police, she said the man came into the store the day of the incident and followed her for about 4 hours.
Wow. My hobby is fondling my testicles.
The employee said that the man began exposing himself in front of her while she was in one of the aisles. What are you doing? This is my hobby.
This is my hobby. I enjoy fondling my testicles.
And after she turned to walk away, he ran out of the store.
Do you have other hobbies I can do?
Court records say that there were other incidents of a male entering local Hobby Lobby stores and performing sexual conduct.
Now I do decoupage and I fondle my testicles.
Police say security footage from the corporation showed Sewell walking into the stores. His next court appearance coming up next month. A man and a woman were arrested this Saturday after being accused of having sex in public view at a children's park in Marathon, Florida.
Come on, isn't there a Hobby Lobby near there?
Benjamin Andrew Frey and Christy Lynn Ruiz face felony counts of lewd and lascivious exhibition and misdemeanor counts of indecent exposure and resisting arrest. Deputies responded to the City of Marathon Children's Rotary Park and Dog Park.
Even dogs had to see that.
After receiving a report of a man and a woman having sex in plain view of others. The witnesses were a family of 3 that included children.
To your earlier story, a dog can't tell you if they're upset watching this.
Yeah. Both suspects were taken to jail. So the public sex stuff almost always happens in Florida.
All the time.
Yeah.
Well, the weather's conducive.
It is conducive, yeah. I like this story. A 75-year-old South African politician made a splash, literally, when she put on a wetsuit, snorkel, and pink swimming cap and paddled through a large, muddy trench in the middle of a Johannesburg street to make a point about the city's crumbling infrastructure. It was a pothole that she went swimming in. Yes.
Oh, my God, I got to see this.
Helen Zille, a former leader of South Africa's second largest political party and former mayor of Cape Town, is now running for mayor of Johannesburg. The water-filled trench she waded through was caused by a burst pipe that had gone unrepaired for about 3 years, despite multiple attempts. She posted a video of herself in the trench, joking about looking for fish, and it was quickly picked up by television news channels. The stunt appears to have worked. The city's current mayor said the pipe was finally fixed. The hole will be filled within days of her swim.
So if you have any potholes that are in your neighborhood, swim through them, take a video, and you might get some action.
And, of course, there are people that draw penises around them, too.
Yes, that's another way to do it.
To get someone to come in and fix it. Well, a routine car repair turned into a disturbing chain of events that lit up serious conversations on the internet as people debated about trust, accountability, and automobile security at repair facilities. Kimberly Porter considered herself a loyal and cautious car owner. Over the years, she had owned multiple vehicles and consistently relied on a dealership for maintenance and repairs. And her latest vehicle, a Mercedes C300 AMG, was no exception. When the car experienced trouble after a breakdown, she did what many drivers do. She had it towed directly to a Mercedes-Benz location, believing that it would be safe in professional hands. For nearly a month, the sedan remained at the dealership. There was nothing unusual about the delay, at least not at first. And then one Friday evening, everything changed. Porter received an alert from her GPS tracking app installed in her car that the system was designed to notify her about the car's movement, and initially the notification didn't seem alarming. The car appeared to be on or near the dealership, and could have been they were servicing it.
Right.
However, as time passed, the alerts became more frequent, more concerning. Late one night, the car was no longer stationary. It was moving away from the dealership. At first, she questioned whether her GPS system was malfunctioning, and the movement continued. The location changed significantly. Doubt turned into fear. By midnight, the situation felt impossible to ignore. So she made a decisive move. She got out of bed, followed GPS coordinates, and began tracking her own car in real time. The journey led her to a location far removed from where her car was supposed to be. In a parking lot, Porter located a vehicle. She stayed nearby, watching and waiting for what comes next. At some point, the individual Mercedes-Benz employee who had been using the car returned. Authorities became involved in the situation, escalated quickly. Apparently, he had been out on a date, and he wanted to take her car to use it. He was probably trying to impress someone.
Sure.
And he took her car and used it for the date.
It's a smooth move. It's an illegal move, but it's a smooth one.
He was eventually taken into custody and placed in handcuffs. The incident did not end with the recovery of the vehicle. Criminal charges were filed. The case was open to broader conversation about accountability within repair facilities.
Ooh, I love a bad boy.
All right, and that's where we will stop. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, you need to hang tight because when we come back, we're going to ask a lesson question, and we're giving away the tickets to the Universal Theme Parks exhibition at the Franklin Institute. We'll get lesson question, trash, music news. Those things are up next. Stay with us.
Something that eludes a lot of people. The intelligence behind we were watching footage of Tyson recently, and there is there is math going on. There is stuff going on, and the palooka who boxes. No. And I would say this: so you're by yourself, you're in the ring, and in many ways, though you have cast members when you're acting, it's you.
Yep.
It's you remembering. And is that an aspect of boxing of acting and boxing that seems familiar to each other in your mind?
Yeah, absolutely. I found so many different parallels, but especially with the preparation. You can go to the gym, hit the bag as many times as you want, but you have to stay present. You also have to make sure you have a good toolbox, because if you go in there thinking that she's just going to throw jabs and she comes out throwing right hands, left hooks, you got to adjust. You can have a game plan going in, but you have to stay present. And you have to be able to react in real time. And you also have to be able to take information from your corner that you're getting and compute really fast.
You're on your feet, literally.
On your feet.
Yeah.
So just the same thing with acting. I can read the lines, I can prep, I can do this and that. But if the actor comes in and does the scene completely different than what you thought, you just have to be present. And that's why I love building my backstories of my characters, and just knowing where they came from, where they're going, what their backstory is. So I know that I can say words. People think acting is we're just saying lines and we're just lying. We're actually having real life experiences and made up circumstances.
Watch Jodie Foster act and you getting all those nominations out of the gate. There's a lot. I love the idea of the backstory. The actors create backstories.
Did anybody inform you of that as far as creating something about your character, or did you just kind of take that on yourself?
From the first movie I did, Catch the Fair one, I've never had any kind of acting training, anything. And before we shot, a friend of mine, he's a really good friend of mine now. He's the director writer of Catch the Fair one. He sent me to who is now still my acting coach and really good friend, Sheila Gray, out of New York. And I went to a few improv classes, and then she had a couple one-on-ones, and we really worked on kind of where to pull things from. And because I've done a lot of emotional roles, but she started me off of building backstories. Like, where do you think she's from? Like, really light. And then I took that and ran with it because I loved it. She told me to give them an animal, give them a zodiac sign. What do you think she does? Does she have a sister? Then we start asking questions. So from there, I love building backstories.
Has that maybe led you on to write something?
I helped write the first movie I was in.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't physically write in it, but I have so many ideas, and I want to continue writing. And again, I talk about him all the time. And it's my homie, my bestie, my husband. He if I say, hey, I got this character, he's like, so what do you think? I'll to give you an instance, he came up with this backwards story for Navarro. Her dad's name is Pepe Navarro, and he was a mechanic, and he did this, and he has all these things. But it helps me because when I'm in these different scenes, and I have to pull for something, or I have that in the back of my head, I can think like the character versus think like Kaylee.
That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
I had a question in mind, but with acting, with such a young career, is there something that is just right out there that you're like, I'd really like to take a crack at a straight up comedy, or what's looking really appealing to you on the horizon right now?
Oh man, I want to be a superhero and a villain so bad.
Oh, you'd be awesome.
I really do.
All right, give us the supervillain you'd love to be.
I would just be to be a just a really badass villain that does really heinous things. I'm not a Marvel DC, I'm not immersed in it, but I guess I kind of go more towards the DC dark roles and just be a villain. I would love to, the Penguin was so good.
Did you know that series was
I love that
sensational?
I love that series.
Yeah, get on that.
I would love to. That's my HBO family. I would love to do a comedy too, a superhero comedy. I love Deadpool.
Yeah.
I love
Tremendous.
Deadpool.
Yeah.
So something along those lines. I would love to do a comedy. I love improv. I think I'm pretty funny.
But you're busy. I mean, you're also doing. We were talking before we started this interview. You were telling us about the promoting that you're doing, and the boxing and the fighting. Yeah. How much of your time is consumed with that?
It's a lot. It's a lot of work. It's Cohen Promotions has done a couple of shows, and it's a lot of work doing that. But my husband does most of the work with that. It's I have my native name is Many Feathers, Many Talents, Minnequinnog. My mom named me, so she named me right. So I mean, I'm trying to think of taking things as they come, and I know things get put in my path for a reason, and I'm open. I want to do everything while I can do everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So with that, will we, if we're around Philly for at 2300 at the venue, we might see you around there from time to time?
Anytime you see Cohen Promotions, we put shows on 2300 Arena. We have a really good relationship with them. We're just looking at the 2026 calendar. maybe sometime in the early summer you'll see Cohen Promotion show. We are known in Philly to have the best fights on our shows, no matter who the other promoters are around here. No shade, but all the shade. Cohen Promotions is probably the best shows you'll go to.
Okay.
Well, Preston, now that we know that you're here, we can come out to our events. We're doing stuff all the time.
Definitely. Definitely.
For sure.
All right. Well, the big thing though is Mercy, and it's in theaters tomorrow. You'll be able to see that with Rebecca Ferguson and Chris Pratt as well. Anything else acting-wise coming up that we should keep an eye out for?
Yes, definitely. And when you go see Mercy, please go see it in IMAX and 3D. It's like a whole immersive experience.
I love 3D. I love 3D. I'm
Yeah.
so glad it's in 3D. This
It's
is
really
exactly with screens and stuff coming in and out. That's exactly what you want.
Yeah, you'll love it in 3D. I actually just wrapped up Resident Evil. I got cast in Resident Evil.
Dude,
nice.
That's
Zach Kreger took a swing at writing. He just, Weapons was amazing.
Weapons, yeah.
And he wrote Resident Evil.
Didn't know you were in that.
Yeah, man, I got a lot of things go sneaky.
So no, and he took Resident Evil and he kind of tilted it a little bit.
He did.
Weapons was so good. Can you give us a little idea of what you're doing in Resident Evil?
So, I am playing a badass, of course. But he took I played Resident Evil, the first one, way too much. Like I was a gamer. I still play video games when I have time, but I was such a Resident Evil player. So he never seen the movies. He's never watched the movies. He loved the game. So he took a crack at another origin story. And he's a horror person. His camera angles and just his storytelling in a whole. I was happy reading it, and I was happy just to be a part of it. I think you guys are going to be really, really pleased with this one.
Raccoon City in it.
There's a Raccoon City.
Okay.
It's definitely a Resident Evil, but the zombies. I was like, yo, what is in your brain? Why are they? That's gross. Like, what is that?
And he comes from comedy, and then they just found this ability. I have to ask the question: what's your favorite Resident Evil game?
The first one was The first one was like, I don't know, it's just nostalgic to me, and I played it so much that my mom was like, "You're playing that game." So I would say the graphics are gnarly now looking at the graphics, but I didn't play past 3. I think I didn't get into it. So
4 is my favorite.
4 is your favorite?
4 is my favorite because I loved Resident Evil, the game, so much, but the one thing that always pissed me off is the camera angle, the zombie would be coming in the room. Now, you knew if you were the guy with the gun, you could see that zombie, but you couldn't see him in the game.
Yeah.
And that would piss me off.
Yeah.
So 4 gave you over the shoulder.
Okay.
And which was...
I'm going to have to download that one.
It's phenomenal. So just a little advice.
Thank you.
We'll keep an eye out for that, definitely.
And also, too, I just wrapped up a Apple TV show with Anthony Mackie and Jamie Dornan. It's called 12-12-12. It's a limited series. It should be out the end of this year, and we shot Wind River 2, the sequel, years ago, and it hasn't come out, but they're still working on having that come out. So I'm pretty busy.
You're on fire.
Yeah.
And with some great people. Anthony Mackie's awesome.
Yeah, it was fun working with him too.
That's cool.
It's about a bank heist. It's called 12-12-12, and it was a great script. I absolutely loved it, and I kind of get to play a little opposite of law enforcement.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Excellent. All right. Well, Mercy in theaters tomorrow. Do not miss it. Kaylee, it is wonderful to meet you, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Kaylee Reese, guys. It's been a while. In fact, it's been since last year that I've noticed things for you. Yes.
The Noticer's returned with Noticer 2026.
3 WMR. It's everything that rocks. Have a charmed life from Three Eye Blind. Right, Stevie? I'm just changing words today. It's what I'm doing.
That's right. You're actually, the No Sad Bro is washing over you.
Yeah.
And you're on a high.
I am.
Yeah.
I very much am. And I'm ready to get into the weekend like everybody else. It's about 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, and we're going to ask a lesson question. Today, we're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets to the Universal Theme Parks exhibition at Franklin Institute. And the question, why not? What cute nickname did I give Steve? I may have just said it. 610-660-9333. It's No Sad Bro. Let's give you a gift, okay?
Yeah.
What cute nickname did I accidentally give Steve this morning? 610-660-9333. If you know the answer to that, why, by all means, call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get the stories and we'll get the winner. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Preston, Joseph Duggar telling TMZ that his finances are getting tight now that he's dealing with an arrest for child molestation. said Duggar, quote, "No one ever warned you about the downside of being a pedophile."
Oh, my God.
Blake Lively took a big legal loss yesterday when the trial judge dismissed her sexual harassment claims against Justin Baldoni. The plaintiff has failed to sufficiently convince this court, said Judge Diddy Cosby Epstein.
Oh, my God.
And finally, the DOJ announcing kidnapping and felony theft charges against rapper Pooh Shiesty. "We plan on vigorously fighting these absurd allegations," asserted Pooh Shiesty's lawyer, Shart Queepsauce.
There's really somebody named Pooh Shiesty.
Pooh Shiesty, yes.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Then there's probably really somebody named Diddy Epstein. What was it?
Judge Diddy Cosby Epstein.
Diddy Cosby Epstein. Oh, my God. All right. Let's see if somebody knows what cute nickname I accidentally gave Steve this morning. And it is Matt, who is our first caller in. Hi, Matt. Good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, Matt, what was the nickname that I gave Steve earlier?
Stevie.
That's right. Hold on.
Yeah.
Did anybody else hear Marissa say what?
Hey, what?
Hey, what?
Friday. Should be like, what?
Exactly. All right, Matt, hold on. We are going to set you up with those tickets, a 4-pack of them, to the Universal Theme Parks, the exhibition at the Franklin Institute. You can explore Super Nintendo World come to life through... Wait, let's try that again. Explore how theme park attractions like Jurassic World, Minions, and Super Nintendo World come to life through hands-on exhibits, cutting-edge designs, and storytelling innovation. Get your tickets today at fi.edu.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we're starting with an attempted murder story, which you don't hear much in music news.
No.
But former Turnstile guitarist Brad Ebert has been arrested on charges of second-degree attempted murder and first-degree assault in Montgomery County, Maryland. And according to updated reports, he is accused of trying to run over the father of Turnstile singer Brendan Yates with a car. Ebert is 33, is being held without bond. He was a co-founding member of Turnstile before being ousted in 2022 and was more recently kicked out of his new band called The Set. And he got kicked out of that because he was publicly trashing his former bandmates on social media.
And listen, no matter how much of an asset you are to a band, they're eventually going to grow tired of you attempting to run them over.
Yeah. I don't know Turnstile. I know the name. I've heard of it before.
No, we played some stuff from them.
Have we?
Yeah. And I want to say I didn't hate it.
Ryan?
Yeah, they're pretty fun. They're kind of like a hardcore punk type band. They just won the Grammy for Best Rock Album.
Okay.
They're
is that
really
right?
good.
They're out of Baltimore, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so they're local-ish.
Well, this guy is now going to jail.
It says engaging fun rock melded with the spirit of running people over.
Okay, okay.
You guys may have seen a video that when it made the rounds last summer. They kind of broke up for a while or weren't together, and they played this festival in Baltimore or outside of it, and it was just this huge punk festival with everybody in the park. Ryan has some to add, and they had like little kids on stage crowd surfing. It was really fun.
Yeah, and that entire event I think was a fundraising campaign for homeless folks in Baltimore. So I mean, good music for a good cause.
Okay, when you're not killing people.
Listen, a lot of homeless people out there, you can't run them all over. And the truth of the matter is some people have to be put into homes and stuff. You can't feed everyone. Those people you run over. Are you with me, people? I think I lost the crowd.
Help, not hurt.
Okay. This is Turnstile, Casey?
Yeah, this is Blackout.
Okay. Yeah, I just know the name. I don't really, not familiar. Well, it's a pretty messed up story. All right, Courtney Love has once again spoken out about her years-long dispute with Dave Grohl, making a clear demand of him in the process. She was talking with Billy Corrigan and appealed to the singer to publicly tell his fans that there is peace between them. Her quote was, "Just say that we're cool. Be man enough to stand by your words." The relationship between Love and Grohl has been strained for decades, but she said, "Dave, it would really be in my interest if the white men who make up your base would stop bothering me. Millennials in particular would make her life difficult because, she said, because of the feud, whereas Generation Z leaves her in peace. She said, we're cool with each other, but you don't say it because you're afraid of losing your audience. And she said, you're afraid it will damage your relationship with Paul McCartney.
I'm wondering, with all these, a lot of that sounds like weird if that's the case.
Yeah.
I don't, is the perception of that feud as strong as it was years ago?
Maybe for like diehard
fans.
You know, Nirvana people and just Dave in general and you know, people that have nothing better to do.
But you live life long enough.
Concerned about that.
And the Paul McCartney thing, you know, I don't care.
So,
Stop bothering me!
Billy Corgan confirmed the ceasefire between the two parties and said that he had witnessed a relaxed encounter between them himself. He said, I can confirm that I've spent time with you and Dave together, and Dave has no problem with you. There's a difference between what happens behind the castle walls and what gets out, he said. Before the topic was changed, Courtney also ranted about the musician's lazy writing. Well, that's not how you bring things together. He had written 4 songs about her, she claimed, instead of coming up with something else. She said, why did you write mean songs about me? And then she left the question hanging in the air.
Got a point.
Ghost frontman Tobias Forge is at the center of a stalking case in Sweden. A woman in her 40s has been charged with harassment after allegedly sending him a flood of messages, letters, and payment requests between July and October of last year. When Forge blocked her, she switched to registered letters, one of which contained a cell phone that he found suspicious. He handed the phone over to the police. The woman claims to have been in a relationship, but Forge denies knowing her at all. He said that he just wants her to leave him alone and does not want to make her life worse. And then finally, Bush stopped by NPR's Tiny Desk concert series.
We've got Bush.
Yeah.
Wow. We've got Bush.
Performing a 4-song stripped-down set. Gavin Rossdale was joined by guitarist Chris Traynor and bassist Corey Britz, drummer Nick Hughes, and keyboardist Joshy Soul. The set included classic hits like Machine Head and Glycerine, along with Out of This World and the title track from their 2025 album, I Beat Loneliness.
So what if the guy threw a shoe at me?
Bush. The other Bush.
The performance swapped the band's signature post-grunge sound for a more layered, atmospheric approach.
I can't help but remember now whenever we talk about Bush, they came in like the saving heroes during the barbecue.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the last-minute turnaround when we lost, Alice in Chains,
yep.
You know, obviously because of the medical condition, but it was so cool to see them respond.
I agree. And then one last thing, just a reminder, tickets for Weezer, that show coming Tuesday, September 29th at Xfinity Mobile Arena, just went on sale about 30 minutes ago. So WMMR.com, or of course you can go get your tickets Weezer.com as well. But that show is officially on sale now. Get those tickets. All right, we're going to break and come back. When we return, we wrap up this program, head into the weekend, but we'll get our letter of the day and give away the Word of the Week prize before we do any of that. Stay with us, because we'll be right back.
Time noticing. His head is on a swivel. His eyes are wide open. And there's a little bit of drool coming out. He is the noticer.
That's what happens when I notice hard.
Yeah, it's straining.
All right, so the International Space Station crew that includes a sick astronaut splashed down in the Pacific early yesterday. Or no, I'm sorry, this morning. It was on January 8th. NASA said that it would be ending the current ISS mission out of an abundance of caution because of a medical situation involving, one of the astronauts on board. They have not said who it is or what they are sick with.
We're just going to detonate it.
The NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman said during a press conference, I've come to the decision that it's in the best interest of our astronauts to return Crew 11 ahead of their planned departure.
So obviously for them to do something like this, there has to be, you know, something definitely that is contagious or something that would be very debilitating. To the sound effect point, Preston, I wonder, has there ever been a case?
Yeah.
Now, just in real medical terms, if you have a really aggressive diarrhea or any situation, bowel situation, what would they do?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, because, clearly they are they were equipped to handle Dookie.
Yes.
And I'm sure that they have taken diarrhea into
consideration.
Into consideration. They consider everything.
I just want to see the machinery that handles that.
Yeah, I don't know. But there are times when, it happens by accident.
Activate the Ass Suck 5000.
Can you fire that thing up, please? Crew 11 undocked from the ISS at 5:20 p.m. Eastern Time Wednesday. Was expected to splash down off the coast around 12:41 a.m. Thursday morning, and it happened apparently right on time.
I hear the Ass Suck 5000 sounds a lot like the Willy Wonka machine.
I thought that might be something that it might, engage. On Tuesday,
we have a go flight.
On Tuesday, the crew prepared by packing cargo, reviewing return to Earth procedures, and transferring hardware aboard the ISS.
I'm going to miss you guys.
They had an alien.
They
on
made a
board.
buddy.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I eat diarrhea.
That's why we love you, buddy.
Hey, we figured out what to do.
Yeah.
This guy eats that stuff.
I eat it for breakfast.
Wouldn't that be great if that were the thing? He ate it, and then whatever he pooped out, we ate.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be
hummus?
That would be the best scenario ever. We meet an alien race.
Yeah.
And they eat our
diarrhea.
Yeah, our dookie, our garbage, whatever it is, and whatever they crap out.
We love to eat.
Is like it's like macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Like something really, really good comfort food.
Who's hungry?
Yeah. That would be the perfect scenario.
That's it. We have to work on that.
Wow.
Dare to dream.
So an emergency evacuation was not ordered, like a full-on emergency evacuation, because the astronaut was stable, according to Dr. James Polk. The astronaut remains in stable condition. The mission is part of...
What do we know? Have any indicators to what the illness was?
No,
Nothing
not
whatsoever.
at all.
Yeah,
they haven't said. The mission is part of
which
NASA's,
means it has to be something like diarrhea.
Is part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, which partners with private companies to deliver humans to and from the ISS. Crew 11 includes 2 American astronauts, a Japanese astronaut, and a Roscosmos cosmonaut. They traveled to the ISS on August 1st and were scheduled to stay there until mid to late February. So, they're coming back a little early.
Was that his rap name, Roscosmos?
Yeah, that's
Roscosmos cosmonaut.
Rizm Kizmel Brism.
Yeah, Rizm Kizmel Rizab. Roscosmos cosmonaut. So it is the 11th crew rotation mission of SpaceX's human space transportation system and its 12th flight with astronauts. In November, the crew actually marked historic milestones for the ISS, the 25th anniversary of the first crew that arrived at the station. So it's been crewing. It's been up there longer than that, but it's had people now for 25 years.
It's an amazing thing.
Yeah. And then Peoples is Peoples as well.
Peoples is Peoples.
I watched where I turned Ad Astra on as I was going to sleep a few nights ago, and in the beginning of that movie they have the space elevator.
Yes.
Are we anywhere closer to that?
The word is that. It is very feasible. I don't know anyone who's actually moving ahead with anything like it.
Right. I think they're still conceptualizing it, but until it makes sense financially, that they'll never get that underway.
Imagine what kind of in-elevator entertainment you would have, because we have the little videos that are on. You could watch the full Ad Astra.
Yeah, most definitely. But man, what was I going to say? So it's been up there for 25 years. I have an app. I have an ISS app that lets me know when the passes are happening.
Right.
I still get a kick out of seeing that thing. With the naked eye, I still just marvel at seeing that go by, at the speed that it goes by, and just know that there are people up there. It's fascinating to me.
All of that. I mean, again, so I keep flirting. I have this one telescope that I really love. And I just don't break it out a lot. And as of late, I've been thinking I really should get it out and start looking at it more. Because even just looking at the friggin' moon is just...
It's amazing.
Yeah, awesome. So to see something like the space station going by, It's unbelievable.
NASA, like I said, didn't say which astronaut was impacted or their condition, but it was the first time in 25 years that a medical evacuation.
We are out of our orbit trajectory.
It is the first time in 25 years that a medical evacuation was even necessary.
I've never heard of it. So
they take as many precautions as they can. As we've learned from watching the movies over the years, sometimes people get scrubbed from, like Ken Mattingly didn't get to go up on Apollo 13 because they thought he may have had measles. They are very, very strict on that. But every now and then there's going to be something that's going to arise without knowing. And I'm surprised it's been 25 years. They've never had to do
So
this.
to this point, I would assume that during that time, and I would assume someone has gotten at least a little sick.
Yeah, right?
Sniffles here and there.
Yeah. There have been, like on the Apollo missions, there were a couple people that did get sick.
Yeah.
Because in fact, Fred Hayes did on Apollo 13. He got
gonorrhea.
He had the flu or something like that. And so it happens from time to time. But of course, they can bring you back. I mean, they're up there for months and months as opposed to like a week or something along those lines. But yeah, it's had to have happened.
It had to,
from time to time. But this was serious enough to bring him back. Unfortunately, they got that little guy that eats diarrhea.
I miss you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, can you whip me up some diarrhea before you go? Feel a little peckish.
All right, I noticed.
Corn.
I noticed another thing. Corn. So, Heated Rivalry. The show. You may not have ever thought that you'd be binge watching a sports series and then you saw the first episode of Heated Rivalry. If the gay hockey romance took you by surprise, you're not alone. And it turns out it's also an unexpected motivator for gym goals in 2026.
Okay.
It is the men from the hit show and their muscles that are inspiring people to hit the gym, and fitness experts couldn't be happier about this.
Okay.
So these guys are in phenomenal
Cut
shape.
up, jacked.
Yep. And so social media is full of people posting about how Ilya and Shane are their glute goals and how the show is helping them to stop slacking in the gym. The series is even influencing group fitness classes, from Peloton instructor Cody Rigsby's Heated Rivalry coded class to Spin and Soul Cycle instructors' theme ride. So they're naming them after the Heated Rivalry.
I'm trying to think when the last sort of gym inspired 300.
Yeah, like a show. Oh, 300. Yeah, 300. That was
300
it.
had a lot of people heading towards the gym.
That is a good one, Steve. Yeah. And also paint on abs.
Painting on abs.
Remember?
Yeah. There was that one of those crappy parody movies that came out. Spoof.
Yeah.
It was just, not Zucker Brothers level, but substandard.
Yep.
But they did have a couple of funny things, and that was the painted on abs was part of it.
While some fans may just be trying to build a better booty, anything that encourages a sweat sesh is a win, since strength training supports bone density. Beautiful day tomorrow. High of about 80 degrees.
Yes.
It's going to be excellent.
Oh, my God.
Maybe an afternoon shower to contend with, and that will lead into, unfortunately, what's looking like for now, a rainy Sunday, at least in the morning. But it all depends on how the fronts move around and everything. The high about 66. So today is going to improve as the day goes on. It's bizarrely foggy.
It is.
Here in Bala Cynwyd. I don't know about elsewhere, but it's strangely foggy. And then Sunday, like I said, a little bit of rain. Then Monday, a little bit cooler. Tuesday, even cooler than that. So Tuesday, we'll only get up to like 50 degrees or so.
So, we're looking at these ups and downs, but what's happening is you're going to start to see the warm days be 2 or 3 clusters, 4 days, and then we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there. Some thank yous in order. Matt and Aliana, 6ABCs. Nice little chat with those guys, talking about some Easter stuff. And then we had comedian Dustin Nickerson in.
Terrific.
And he was great. He's going to be at Helium tonight, 7 and 9:15. And as he pointed out, he did an early show on Saturday for you, 6 and 8:30. Because he's a parent and he knows you probably are too if you go to see a show. So anyhow, it was nice to have those guys by. Matt Cord is here.
Hey.
Good morning.
I see you brought your squire with you.
He's been here the whole time.
Has he?
Yeah, for the last 3 months. I just didn't know where he was.
Ladies and gentlemen, our former intern and producer extraordinaire on WMMR, Pancake.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great.
You're looking good.
Yeah, thank you. You guys are looking great too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What's the visit all about?
Yeah, I had the day off from work. I don't get very many of those.
And
So
the kids are off from school, right?
The kids are off from school. They're not here. They're watching our new puppy. We got a new puppy.
Yeah.
What'd you get? She's a Beagle Shepherd mix rescue that we.
So a Sheagle.
Yeah, a Sheagle. She's about 2 months old.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah,
and I love it.
She's great.
That's good, man.
Yeah.
Nice. Hey, you were sending us videos and pictures when we had all the snow come through.
Oh yeah.
Because are you working for a snow removal company? Or
I
what are
work
you
for
doing?
a school district, so I work in the maintenance department for Bristol Township School District.
Oh wow! So this was a heavy year for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lots of, and they were all like you guys mentioned it several times. They were all on Sunday.
Yes.
Leading into a Monday. So
which sucked.
Yeah, and usually when we had finally had a day off, we're off on Monday. Nope, snow. Extra days, 12.
Were you
15-hour days.
Yeah, I was going to say you're pulling those long shifts doing that.
Yeah, we weren't doing the full 24 hours over and over and over, but yeah, we were out there a lot this year.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, plowing, shoveling. We got these little things called Kubotas. They're a lot of fun to drive. They're these little.
Wait, is that you?
It's a little brush that's on the front. Oh yeah, that's
there's
me.
a video running up from Pancake's Instagram account.
Oh, that's what we have to clean off the school buses. So
we talked
they
about
get
this.
snow on the top of the bus.
Yeah, so the bus drives through this thing.
Yeah.
It's basically a kind of a squared out archway, and at the top is a brush that brushes the snow out. Companies that are interstate trucking, they have it as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
I always wondered how they did that.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's somebody had to climb up there.
I got to kind of
Because
move.
it's illegal
move,
not to.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a little joystick that you move it up and down for the different size buses and cleans off the bus. And,
Okay.
That sounds like fun.
It is. The ground's cold. You're standing out there for 2-3 hours just waving buses on. So yeah, it's
fun for 15 minutes.
It is fun. Yeah. It is fun.
Well, good to see you. The family's doing well?
Family's doing great. Yep.
Awesome, buddy.
Yeah.
Well, you going to hang out with Matt today or something?
I was stopping by. Chuck,
tell him why you came in.
Yeah, Chuck texted me a picture and said that he had a poster for me that he wanted to give me. So I texted him this morning and said I was going to come in and pick it up, and he's not here.
He's not here?
Chuck's off today.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, you can hang out with Matt.
There's nobody here today.
Yeah.
Is there?
It's Good Friday.
Yeah, the drive-in was so simple.
I think it might be a company holiday.
1 o'clock they get dismissed.
Early
dismissal.
Got it.
I didn't even know that.
Yep.
So we'll stay around for early dismissal.
Yeah, actually.
I'm leaving at 1.
All right. Well, good to see you, Pancake.
Yeah, you guys too.
Yeah. Let's do the letter of the day, Matt. Here we
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
S as in Sade.
Sade.
Very
I
good.
love Sade.
All right, 610-660-9333 is the number. We'll take caller number 4, 610-660-9333. Good luck to you. I actually saw an interesting, you mentioned Sade, I saw an interesting video on Instagram. It was a record store owner who he had young employees, probably in their early 20s, maybe late teens. And he goes, okay, I'm going to do some, I'm going to show you a band name written down. If you can pronounce it correctly,
right,
then you can stay working here or something like that.
Yeah.
And so he starts rather, and the first one I thought of would be In Excess.
Yeah.
And it was the first one that they went with, and they were all calling it Inks and stuff like that. But Sade was one of them.
Yeah, they didn't get that.
Husker Du was one of them.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Trying to think of some other ones. Susie and the Banshees was one. You saw it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You sent
Did I
it to
send
me,
it to you?
and
Yeah.
I sent it to you.
Oh, that's great.
That's funny.
311 was one of them as well, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oingo Boingo, because the font is kind of funky looking.
well, yeah.
And,
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun, but Sade reminded me of that.
Sade.
All right, what's happening on the program?
All right, we're doing a block of Boston because on this date in 1977, they played the Spectrum with Sammy Hagar.
Wow.
Also a block of Nickelback for you, Steve.
A huge fan.
The Doors. And today's vinyl cut, Pierre's vinyl cut, Adam and the Ants.
Oh, yay.
Friend or foe?
Goody Two Shoes.
Nah.
Put on a little makeup. Make sure you get the good side.
Is Stand and Deliver on that album as well?
So this is the record, Friend and Foe. Friend or Foe. Yeah, Friend or Foe is on this. Goody Two Shoes. A cover of the Doors. Hello, I Love You.
Oh,
Never
you should
heard
do
that.
Oh, Desperate, but not serious.
That's a great song.
Desperate.
I liked Adamant.
Do you remember? So Adamant played it was one of the first microbrews on Long Island, and we were at DRE at the time.
He played the DRE Fest at Malibu Nightclub, too.
Right. Yeah. So you'd see him in these smaller venues.
Yeah.
But for him, it didn't matter. It was like he was playing Madison Square Garden. He just went nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very cool.
Yeah.
All right, well, Matt's got him for you.
That pirate.
The vinyl cut. All right, let's try to find caller number 4 knows the answer or knows the word of the week. I'm going to go to Steve. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Good morning, bitches.
Good morning, bitch. What's that word?
Kinks. Kinks.
A great band. Yes. Kinks.
You got it, Steve. Dude, you are set, man. This is going to be so cool. A few of us have done this before. Highly recommend it. We're going to give you a 10-mile stock car racing experience on the super speedway at Pocono Raceway. How does that sound to you?
Hell yeah, man. I've done Dover, and when Disney had their racetrack down at Petty Racing, I did that too, so I can't freaking wait, man.
Awesome.
Thank you.
You got it. This will add to your tour. All right, hang on, bud. We're going to set you up. And don't forget, if you would like to do this yourself, it's so great. You can get behind the wheel of a heart-pounding 160-mile stock car at Pocono Raceway. You can give this as a gift. Just go to 877stockcar.com and get a gift voucher, and you will be good to go, my friend. All right, I will thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan, also brought to you by Camelback Resort. And adventure awaits at Camelback Resort. Skiing and tubing are open until April 12th, camelbackresort.com. And then here, I'll let Pancake work. Here, do the last the last sponsor there, Pancake.
Wild Fork, your neighborhood meat and seafood market. Unbeatable quality, even better prices.
He still got it. How about that?
Right.
All right, next week on our program, we are going to have, Ben, Mark, and John, who are the creators behind the Red Hot Chili Peppers documentary.
Yes, which is on Netflix.
They'll be in our studio. We'll also have Corbin Burnson checking in. Wow.
Yeah, he's in this horrible movie.
Oh,
it's terrible, but
it's
whatever.
great because when he's in bad movies, it's even better.
We'll also have our buddy Blake Wexler stopping by.
Yeah.
Always great to see him. And we will introduce No Sad Dough. It starts on Monday. Yeah, the money starts flying. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day in the morning, friend, and we will see you later. Bye-bye.